I'd like to call this regular council meeting to order. Before we proceed, I'd like to ask Councillor McDermott to provide the land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Your Worship. We begin this meeting by acknowledging that the land upon which we are gathered is the traditional territory of the Adirondack, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe people, including the Mississaugas of the Credit. We are the beneficiaries of ancient agreements such as the dish with one spoon between the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee, who agreed to share the abundance of the land through peace, friendship, and mutual respect. The Churo Wampum, by which the Haudenosaunee welcomed the settlers and agreed to share in the land and mutual respect, and the Treaty of Niagara, considered a fundamental document by First Nations in all future relations and treaties with the British. We recognize that we have a responsibility to be stewards of the land in cooperation and collaboration with the Indigenous peoples, not only for one generation, but for all generations to come. We understand that we have an obligation to learn the lessons of our history, educate ourselves about the experiences of the Indigenous people, and seek opportunities to heal the wounds that will result in reconciliation with our Indigenous sisters and brothers. Many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people live and work in Fort Erie. We stand with all Indigenous people, past and present, in promoting the wise stewardship of the lands on which we live. We have the good fortune to live in a land of such abundance, diversity, and beauty. Let us be vigilant in protecting Turtle Island.
Thank you very much, Councillor McDermott. Would you all please rise for the invocation?
We meet to serve our community and endeavor to be worthy custodians of all that has been entrusted to us. Let us be concerned only for what will promote good government. May we bring to our council chambers minds that think and hearts that feel, so that in our deliberations we may display imagination, wisdom, and courage, and the will to do our work for the good of all.
Thank you. And the roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Your Worship, all members are present except for Councillor Lewis, who sends his regrets. He had a previously scheduled medical procedure.
Thank you very much. We have one addendum this evening, and that relates to the addition of correspondence from Bob Gale, the Chair of the Niagara Parks Commission, which is item 11.2.6. We've also got, since the agenda was published, the full report for PDS 31-2024, which appears at item 12.3 on our agenda. And also we've added a bylaw 58 for 2024 at item 18.9, which relates to the amending zoning bylaw with respect to 1127 Garrison Road. I have a few brief announcements this evening. We have a very busy agenda, and the busiest and the most exciting part of the agenda relates to these gentlemen. They're standing along the wall, and I see the coaches, and they seem to be the most intimidating of all, but we'll get to that. I just wanted to point out that this evening we've got three organizations of longstanding in our community that are being recognized as June being their month. That's Pride Niagara, Seniors, and the Brain Injury Association. And each of them have been involved in our community for many, many years. They have provided and continue to provide great work in our community. Most of you know that the Pride organization, Pride Niagara, has been very active in Fort Erie and has raised funds over the years for a variety of initiatives, and they'll have a festival coming up this year. The seniors have a very busy calendar. They provide events for seniors throughout the community, and most recently we've, as a council, requested that they become more active in some of the policy aspects of life as a senior in our community. And finally, the Brain Injury Association has been in existence here for, it's got to be over 4 decades, and this is, June is Brain Injury Awareness Month. So we'll be recognizing them as we go along during our agenda with proclamations in that regard. I also wanted to point out that we received notice this past week that Orma Bleeks of Crystal Beach has received an Ontario Outstanding Volunteer Award, the June Callwood Award, which is prestigious in itself. And Orma, as many of you may know, has been involved in our community since she moved here in 2007. She's devoted energy and compassion to those less fortunate, working with a number of nonprofit groups in Fort Erie and Crystal Beach. And in 2015, she established the Advancing Crystal Beach Community Development Association to create a more inclusive community. Orma, as we all know, is fearless in standing up for others and in building a growing, thriving community. So I want to congratulate Orma on behalf of council. The third item I wanted to mention is that we have in Fort Erie 3 youth cadet programs. We have the Air Cadets, which is the oldest cadet corps in Fort Erie. We also have an Army Cadet Corps, and we have a Navy League Corps. Each one of them has inspections coming up at the end of this week. One is on Friday, one is on Saturday, one is on Sunday. So I and some of the counselors will be busy recognizing the efforts of the staff and the parents who provide such a wonderful experience for the youth of our community. Many of these individuals will actually go on to serve in our military, and some of them will come back to Fort Erie in one guise or another after they've finished their careers or their education. I also wanted to point out that late this afternoon, we received notification that the government has presented Bill 200, which will provide an extension of the municipal efforts to designate houses for heritage purposes. There had been a deadline of the end of 2024. It's now going to be extended to the end of 2026 if the bill passes, which, because the government is in a majority, I presume that it will. I also wanted to mention that the Railway Museum is celebrating 50 years in Fort Erie, really going back to the acquisition by the town of engine 6218, which is displayed along with the caboose in the Sugar Bowl Park behind Central Fire Station. And then finally, I just want to mention that I had occasion to be out grocery shopping the other day. I know, I do grocery shopping. And when I was going down one aisle, a woman and I passed, I said hello, and I got about 10 feet beyond her, and she said, "Are you the mayor?" And I turned around, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to acknowledge that or not. But she seemed friendly, and she was smiling, so I said, "Yeah, okay." And she said, "I've been meaning to tell somebody at the town this for some time, and now that you're here, I want to tell you." She said, "You have wonderful parks in Fort Erie," and she wanted me to compliment the council and the staff for the wonderful parks that we have here that serve all needs. She particularly highlighted the splash pads, which do provide summer relief for not only children, because I'm advised that some older people actually take advantage of the splash pads to cool off. So congratulations, Anamika. Please pass that on to your staff and the staff in infrastructure services. Okay, I'm done. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Councillor Flagg.
Thank you, Your Worship. 58-2024, the zoning bylaw for 1127 Garrison Road. My property is in the catchment area, so I declare conflict there.
Okay, so when we get to that bylaw, we'll take it out of the package and deal with it separately. Are there any other declarations of pecuniary interest? If not, there's a notice of a public meeting with respect to an open house for proposed combined official plan and zoning bylaw amendment and revised draft plan of subdivision on Netherby Road for what's called Black Creek Signature Phase 2 plan of subdivision. That will take place on Thursday, May the 30th, 2023, here in the atrium of the Town Hall. That takes us to the Regional Council report. And Councillor Insina, I would ask you to keep this moving along, because we've got some individuals here that we would like to recognize for an extraordinary achievement of athletic proportions.
Good evening, Mayor Redekop, councillors, staff, ladies and gentlemen. It's only 3 pages, double spaced, so it will be short. And it's probably under 5 minutes.
Talk fast.
A special meeting was held last week to update Regional Council on the Niagara GO expansion. The rail expansion is progressing with the anticipation of offering hourly trips from Niagara to Union Station and other locations. It was noted that the projection of Niagara's growth in 2031 will see an increase in population of 19% and employment increase in 16%, With these projections, residents will have an expectation of the region of region-wide transit that connects all through the major centers. This is currently the state in Waterloo, Durham, York, Hamilton, and Windsor. Currently, year-round GO rail service is offered 3 times a day from Niagara Falls to Toronto. There are many hurdles that have yet to be cleared. Hamilton stations require upgrading and rail improvements in order to unlock service to Niagara. One other complication is that the rails in Niagara are owned by CN Rail. Thus, negotiations are ongoing for the use of the tracks. Niagara Region has invested capital in improving Niagara Falls train station along with the St. Catherine station. The Niagara site has been designed as a transit hub for trains and buses, including a revitalization of Bridge Street area. One of the main goals is to have one payment system throughout your travels on any of the Niagara transit modes. It was noted that GO weekend passes over the last short while grew by 67% last year, and already this year are up 42%. One of Niagara's priorities is to expand GO bus routes to Fort Erie. This has been an issue that I, along with the mayor, have talked about, and securing transit for Fort Erie. An update on the Public Works capital projects was given to Regional Council. The projects currently being addressed in Fort Erie are the Rose Hill Water Treatment Plant. The new intake and outfall are being designed. The new elevated water tank will be erected to assist the water transmission to Fort Erie, to the town. The decommissioning of the old Central Avenue water tower with a new trunk water main on Central Avenue. Lakeshore Road sewage pumping station has a full upgrade forthcoming. The Bridge Street drop-off depot is being improved. There are other projects that are earmarked for Fort Erie, and they can be found on the website. I believe that's all I have.
That's excellent. I know that there's also some work contemplated with respect to the 2 pumping stations, one on Nye Road, one at Catherine Street. Any members of council have any questions of Councillor Insina? If not, then I'm going to move to what I consider to be the most exciting part of the evening. And this relates to our presentation to the members of the Fort Erie Meteor Junior B hockey team. It's been more than 3 decades since a Junior B hockey team has brought any type of championship to Fort Erie, and this year, this team won the Greater Ontario Junior Hockey League Golden Horseshoe Championship. They did that by, first of all, defeating the Port Colborne Sailors and in 4 games, and then the St. Catharines Falcons in 6 games. They then took on the Caledonia Corvairs in the finals of the Golden Horseshoe League and won in Game 7 after losing a very tight 6th game here in Fort Erie. The crowds were extraordinary, and that arena was packed. I know that the fire chief was told to stay away because they were all over capacity. I heard numbers like 2,000, 2,100. It's got a capacity of 1,700. But that shows you how committed to this team the community became and how committed this team was to victory. The team is made up of young players from Fort Erie, Niagara, the GTA, and I think 1 or 2 maybe beyond that, but they've all come together, and they're all very talented. They displayed a never-give-up attitude, and one that allowed them to protect the fort, which I understand is your model. The team administration and coaching staff are headed by Nick and Anthony Passero, the sons of longtime Fort Erie Meteor owner Tony Passero. Assistant Joe Fazio provides continuity with past, because Joe has been with the team, since I was a kid, and that's many years ago. And while we're recognizing the players and the coaches and the staff this evening, I must say that this takes a large enterprise for any athletic team to be successful, and so I also want to thank and congratulate all of the sponsors, all of the volunteers, and certainly all of the fans that came out to support you over the course of the season. One of the fans, one of your most loyal fans, happened to be Wayne Gates, the MPP. He tells me that he was at every playoff game, and that, I think, is extraordinary in itself. He's represented here by Owen Riel this evening, and when I give you, along with Councillor Flagg, certificates of congratulations to each of you and a Fortery pin, I'll also be giving you a certificate that Wayne Gates has requested that we pass on to you. So I'm going to be calling all of the players who are here and the coaching staff up to receive a certificate, but I did want to mention that there are a number of the players that aren't in attendance. We will be providing their certificates to the coaching staff. Those players are Kyle Adamo, who is a first-team All-Conference All-Star, Charlie Burns, who won the Governor's Trophy for playoff MVP and was also a first-team All-Conference All-Star, Caleb Bidgood, Owen Cressman, Dominic DiFrancesco, Andrew McNeil, Rylan Masterson, who was a first-team All-Conference All-Star, Zach Mizzy, Chaka Benjamin Natumbo Muntu, Owen Penny, Cameron Robillard, RJ Schmidt, Grant Spada, Cameron Thorpe, and Georgi Toropsev. Does he go by Georgie or? Yeah. Okay, Georgie. So those are the individuals that are on the team who will receive certificates. They're not here this evening, but those that are here this evening are Nick Pacero, who is the head coach, general manager, and the Tom Kelly Memorial Award winner for Coach of the Year. So we're going to go down right now, Darren, and we're going to start by giving the certificate to this year's Coach of the Year. You folks can clap. You're going to get in the middle. Councillor Flagg's going to get on the other side of the and we're going to work through this. Yeah, no worries. Right here. Thank you for Thank you. You did a good job with that name, didn't you? Yeah, I was impressed. Our guys were. So, Nick, you forgot to give you the certificate. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Now, I'm not exactly sure why this goes. Yeah, both of them. The next person is Mike Fowler. Sorry, Anthony. That's okay. Congratulations, Mike. So you've got two certificates here. Did you give him a pin? I did. Yeah. Thank you. Congratulations. And next is Anthony Pacero, the assistant head coach. Congratulations. Thank you. Well done. Thanks, John.
Appreciate it.
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you.
Much. Yeah. And next we have Joe Fazio. I know, you're younger than I am.
That's crazy.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next we have Cameron Fairgrieve. Cameron, congratulations. Thank you. Two certificates here.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Thanks so much.
You're more than welcome.
Okay.
By the way, Nick, I forgot to mention, we're now expecting you to do this next year. Next, we have Bryce Biller. Congratulations, Bryce. Now we have Liam Beamish, who won the Brent Rubel Trophy for Rookie of the Year and was a first-team All-Conference All-Star. Congratulations.
Brent was a local kid.
I used to play ball with Buddy.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Hunter Coley, also a first-team All-Rookie. Congratulations.
He's not subtle.
Nobody, I know not many people push you around.
Right here?
Thank you very much.
Well done. Then we have Jaden Flora. Congratulations, Jaden.
Thank you.
Well done. Thank you. You have another year, you have a couple of years left of junior. You're just a kid. Blake Hall. You know, we recognized the basketball team a couple of weeks ago.
Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
John Lloyd. Congratulations, John.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome, thank you. Baden Paulette. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Nolan Stickland. Congratulations. Thank you. From 41? Who's your dad? Matt Stickland.
You don't hold that in.
You know, no comment. You're Stickland, you gotta be okay. Yeah. Somewhat. Sam Tonelli. Congratulations, Sam.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Aiden Zimmerman. Okay, who's your dad? Who's your dad?
Lynn.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you again so much for coming out tonight, and yeah, we look forward to doing this again next year. Okay, our next presentation is from Lori Brandt, the Chair, and Bev Bradnam, Staff Liaison of the Accessibility Advisory Committee. Good evening.
Trying to figure out how this works. Is that good? Cole's just gonna pull up the presentation. Okay, and then I can click. Awesome, thank you. Mayor, councilors, staff, ladies and gentlemen of the audience, Lori Brant's our AAC chair, but as a staff resource, I'm going to just start out the first couple of slides and let her finish with a bang. So this week is National Accessibility Week. For those of you that don't know, every Sunday in, the last Sunday in May, there's a week that's designated as National Accessibility Week. In recognition of this important week, one whose aim is to bring together in a spirit of partnership persons with disabilities, organizations who serve them, business, labor, and governments to effect meaningful change in the daily lives of persons with disabilities, Lori and I thought we would provide a brief presentation that outlines the next multi-year accessibility plan that we're undertaking this year, an update on the stopgap program, and other accomplishments of the AAC. The federal government just announced this week that this year's theme is Forward Together, Accessibility and Inclusion for All, which kind of fits in with the AAC for Fort Erie's theme of accessibility for all as well. So our multi-year accessibility plan is a requirement under the AODA legislation. We have to put in place a 5-year plan, kind of like our water and sewer long-term plans. Accessibility is also something that we have to identify barriers for the municipality and then put in place remedies for those barriers that we identify. So this is our third MyApp, we call it, multi-year accessibility plan for the town. AAC members will be joining July 6th and 7th, the Ridgeway Ridge Fest, and we're going to be surveying residents at that time, and we also will be doing a survey through June and July through our website that will ask several questions about accessibility similar to what we have done in the past. The AAC members will also be auditing all of our facilities and parks. We haven't done that since COVID, so we're looking forward to making sure we're still in line with the accessibility requirements and that there are no barriers, and if there are, putting in place a plan. We will be presenting the plan to council for approval in early fall. So the accessibility status report that you receive every year outlines the commitment of funding that council provides us each year. We look at AODA legislation, but also now, since 2019, we also look at federal legislation with the Accessible Canada Act that does kind of touches on banks and things like that and telecommunication providers. We review site plans, secondary plans, and park development. Our annual report also looks at removal of barriers and representation and interaction with other community organizations and other organizations throughout the region and the province. And so we're going to talk about several of our accomplishments from the last one, and I'm going to turn it over to Lori now. Just let me know when you want me to.
Thank you. I'm really excited to be here because this particular committee, I believe, has really done a phenomenal job at bringing new accessibility to the forefront and has made Fort Erie overall, I think, incredibly attractive as it relates to accessibility. First, the beach mats at Bay Beach has been so well received, and it's amazing to be able to go down there myself and easily be able to access the beach when before I would have to sit on broken concrete by the garbage can. So that was a big improvement. We also worked at installing a chairlift for the pool at the Boys and Girls Club, which really helps not only people with wheelchairs, but people who may have had surgery or can access the pool without having to contend with stairs and things like that. We also, in the photo up there, you'll see there the additional parking spaces and making them larger at the leisure complex, an adult-sized change table at Bay Beach, and also we worked at bringing some accessible parking spaces to Ridgeway, specifically targeting near the post office, which we also wanted to make sure that we were not going to lose parking spaces. So we did work with the town at being able to add an accessible space by the post office without losing a spot. So we feel pretty excited about that.
And that was part of the last multi-year plan that was identified, the accessible spaces coming from community residents at Ridge Fest. So that was a takeaway from that.
So some of the things that we also have been working with businesses and organizations that go beyond basic accessibility and reaching out as we hear citizens suggest that certain things need to be more accessible. For example, the Garden Gallery has installed a power door and the two right pictures there. Also, Life Labs, there was a bit of a struggle at accessing the doorway with the ramp there, so that was changed. We have also attended Airbus Helicopters Canada and reviewed their site as a committee and gave them suggestions to make that more accessible. We've also done things like reach out to Walmart and ask if they could install extra parking spaces, which they didn't have to do, but they did because we asked. And Wendy's, for example, have improved their washrooms, made them more accessible, and have installed power doors. We have also worked with RE/MAX as it relates to trick-or-treating and providing signs for anybody who has a home that was accessible for people with mobility issues. Yeah, I think, so basically, I think that for us, on the stopgap ramp project this past year is something that we've been really working at. When I first came to the community back in 2017, I was reaching out and trying to get this started. So I am super excited to say that it's been launched, and many businesses in the community are now have these ramps and they are using them. I've used them, and it just makes it so phenomenal for people like myself to just be able to go and access places like everyone else, and I don't have to think about it. I can just go up to the business and they have a sign that says that they have a ramp, and I can call or let them know that I need it. They put it out, we use it, and it's just been an incredible project. But I must say, a lot of it has to do with the town in supporting our initiatives, and also Bev in particular. No one has ever said, no, you can't do that. The town has always at least considered some of the things that we've asked to do, and I don't think we've ever come across something that we've ever been told, no, you can't. So thank you.
So I'll correct you on that, because for years we were told no, until our new CAO came on board and said, what are the downfalls?
No.
There's risks at parks, there's risks at playgrounds. Why wouldn't we do it? So thank you, Chris
Thank
McQueen.
you.
And for council for the funding as well, and for the EDTC that gave us some funding. So in 2024, we're going to move forward. The pilot project was Crystal Beach Ridgeway. We're going to open it up to all businesses in Fort Erie. They have to have one step between 2 inches and 9 inches, and applications are now open on our website. They can be completed online, and then staff will come and take the measurements, take pictures. And as Lori said before about the pool lift, it also helps people, the ramps that have had knee surgery or have issues with stairs. So these ramps aren't just for persons with a mobility device. It could be a mother with a stroller as well, or people bringing in goods to the shop. So just in closing, we just wanted to leave you with these 3 statements. So build it in, don't bolt it on. That's very important moving forward. I'm not disabled. The environment and cities around me build in disability. And then to live, not just to exist. And thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And thank you for the good work that you and your community do. Now, before you go, are there any members of council that have any questions? Questions? Councillor Noyes.
I don't think he was going to think I was going to ask a question. I will ask a question. In regards to the stopgap, you mentioned on the slide that said businesses. But I know I've mentioned it, I know there's a church or two that are reaching out that they also would like to access the stopgap program. It's not just restricted to businesses.
No, it would be buildings that are run by, or a not-for-profit as well. We just wouldn't do residents right now. We don't have the funding for that, but buildings and not-for-profits, churches, absolutely.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you. And thank you for
Until
all
the
that you
funding
do.
runs out, and then we might come back for that.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So our final delegation is Emily Elliott on behalf of the owners of 3770 Hazel Street, and she's speaking to a report before us this evening, report PDS 32-2024. So is she online, or is she? She's online, Your Worship. Okay, could you please bring her into the meeting? Good evening, Ms. Elliott.
Good evening, Mayor Redekop and members of council. I'm speaking tonight regarding the application for 3770 Hazel Street in the Ridgeway community of Fort Erie. And on behalf of our client, we submitted a draft vacant land condominium application in early 2023 to permit the development of the site with a townhouse community. And I'll just share my screen now as I have a presentation prepared for council. So I think everybody can see that now. So through this delegation, my delegation this evening, I'll provide some background information related to the details of this proposal. And I'd also just like to start off by thanking staff for preparing a thorough report regarding the application. If I do happen to look over to my right, it's because I'm using two screens and I'd just be referring to the slides. So the site is located at the northwest corner of Bellevue Boulevard and Hazel Street in the Ridgeway community. It's a large site. It's about 2.5 hectares in size with 180 meters of frontage on Bellevue Boulevard and 140 meters of frontage on Hazel Street. It's the former Birdie School site, and the school was demolished in 2019, and the site is now vacant. Lands to the north of the site are also presently vacant. They are identified as a location for a future park in the Thunder Bay Ridgeway secondary plan. Surrounding the site to the east and west are single detached dwellings, and to the south there's a mix of residential uses including low-rise apartments, townhouses, and single detached dwellings. This slide shows the concept plan for the site. So the proposal is for a 93-unit townhouse community. The townhouses are arranged in 13 blocks with between 6 and 8 units in each block. The density for the community is about 36.1 units per hectare. And as I go through the presentation in more detail, the site is designated and zoned to permit the proposed development. So the application that's being considered is only for a plan of condominium. The condominium plan would include units for each townhouse and their respective front and rear yard, and then common elements, which include the private condo roads, internal sidewalks, visitor and accessible parking spaces, landscaped areas, and common amenity areas. On this slide, we have a conceptual landscape rendering of the development. And the intent here is that the site will be developed as a cohesive community with a consistent approach to design and built form. Each unit in the development will feature a front and rear yard. The majority of rear yards are 7.5 meters deep. There's also a large central amenity space within the community intended to provide opportunities for active and passive recreation for future residents. As you can see, there is an existing woodlot to the northeast of the site. The development's been designed to provide a 10-meter buffer to the woodlot. Through the application, there was an environmental impact study prepared in support of the application, and that report concluded there would be no impact on the woodlot and recommended that additional tree plantings be provided within the buffer, and there were some specific tree species and hedge and seed mix recommended to complement the existing species in the woodlot. The plan of condo has sufficient space to accommodate fencing and landscaping along all lot lines. And in terms of access for pedestrians and vehicles, there are 3 driveway accesses. 2 are to Hazel Street and 1 is to Bellevue Boulevard. The access at Bellevue is aligned with Pearl Street. In terms of parking, there's 1 driveway and 1 garage parking space for each unit, and then there are an additional 48 surface parking spaces. The parking complies with the zoning bylaw requirements for parking. And then because this is intended to be developed as a condo community, there will be a condominium corporation that will be responsible for maintenance and administering the condo, and that maintenance piece would include all snow removal and landscaping within the public or common elements. On this slide, we have the renderings of the proposed developments. You can see they're proposed as 2-story units. The top rendering is the front of the units, which will face onto the internal road. You can see that they're well designed, they're visually interesting, and they'll feature high quality materials. The bottom rendering is the back of the units that will face onto Bellevue Boulevard. Through processing of the application, these renderings were prepared to demonstrate the intent to provide an enhanced rear facade along Bellevue Boulevard. The rear elevation includes architectural elements that mimic a front facade, like large street-facing windows and enhanced patio doors that look like a front entrance. There's also a 2-meter wide landscape strip proposed as part of the common elements along Bellevue. The intent here is to provide some enhanced landscaping along the street to ensure a high-quality streetscape. The owner has also committed that the fencing type along Bellevue Boulevard will not be a solid opaque fence like board on board. Rather, it will be something that's you can see through, like a low iron eagle fence. And all of that is just to ensure that the design along Bellevue respects the streetscape and activates the street rather than having the development turn its back to Bellevue. Over the next couple of slides, I'll just go through a summary of the official plan policies and the zoning that apply to the site. So these lands are designated medium density residential, and they're subject to a site-specific policy area. They're also within the Ridgeway and Thunder Bay secondary plan. The site-specific policy was a result of a town-initiated official plan amendment that was put in place following closure of the school. The site-specific policy area 22 requires that the site be redeveloped with an apartment or condominium block with a minimum of 45 units. Permitted uses for this site in the official plan include multiple unit structures, including townhouses and apartments, and the official plan requires a density of between 25 and 75 units per hectare. This development conforms with the official plan. It's a condominium development with 93 townhouses in a condominium block, and it has a density of 36.1 units per hectare. In the current zoning bylaw, the site is zoned multiple residential 1, and there's a site-specific provision. The site-specific provision was also the result of the town-initiated zoning bylaw amendment. The zoning permits a range of residential uses, including townhouses, and it establishes a maximum height of 4 stories. There was a minor variance application approved in August. It requested relief from a few specific regulations of the zoning bylaw, one being a minimum lot area per unit, the second being a density of 36.5 units per hectare, which is reflective of the official plan density, and the third was a minimum landscape cover of 44% rather than 50%. So overall, the proposal complies with the regulations of the zoning bylaw. On this slide, I just want to make a couple points that we've been through a substantial review process with staff. So there's a brief history of the process here. In 2018, the lands were designated and zoned to permit multiple residential development. We initiated this application in May of 2022 with a pre-consultation meeting. At this meeting, there were a number of plans and reports identified as being required, and these were all prepared and included with the application that was submitted in February of 2023. In August, that we had received the first round of circulation comments, and then in August, we received approval of the minor variance application. Because this is a plan of condominium application, there's no statutory public meeting requirement, but we did host a public open house in October. 3 members of the public attended, none of whom opposed the development, and the staff report does have a good summary of the comments that we received. In November, we formally resubmitted the application, and we're now working with staff to compile the draft plan conditions, and we're hoping that this application is back on the agenda shortly. So at the bottom of this slide as well, I've just included a list of the reports and plans that have been submitted in support of the application. And then through completion of the draft plan conditions, matters related to the detailed design will be addressed. So in summary, the application is consistent with the provincial policy statement, and it conforms to the growth plan, the Region of Niagara official plan, and the Fort Erie official plan, and complies with the zoning bylaw. The proposal implements the policies for this site that were put in place following closure of the school, and it represents the efficient development of an underutilized site, and it will contribute to the range and mix of housing in the community. Overall, in my opinion, this proposal represents good planning. And I'd just like to thank council for the opportunity to speak in support of the application and provide some details and history. And I'd be happy to answer any questions at this point.
Thank you very much, Ms. Elliott. Do any members of council have any questions? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm looking at the podium there, she's not there. Okay, thank you for your presentation. This site would be a wonderful site for an apartment building. Was there any consideration given for an apartment building going up there instead of the condos?
Consideration for an apartment, was considered, but at this point, the application is for townhouses.
Councillor Noyes.
Well, again, I think it would be a perfect place for an apartment building, but I'm not the one who owns the property. Thank you.
Anyone else? So, Ms. Elliott, you made reference to the official plan, and section 6.2.5F you made specific reference to, and that's the one that talks about when the existing building, which was the school, was removed, the site should contain at a minimum an apartment/condominium block with a minimum of 45 units. How are you interpreting that particular provision?
Thank you for your question. I interpret that provision as a condominium block, and an apartment building or a condominium block, which could include a minimum of 45 units. And what I read as condominium block would be this type of development where we have a block that's being developed with a block townhouse.
So the whole parcel is the block,
Correct.
and your client has chosen to populate the block with all townhouses.
Correct. In the zoning bylaw, there's also a regulation that speaks to the number of townhouse units you can have in a row, and that maximum is 8. So by including that restriction, the block itself would be, the block of land that we're proposing the development on.
You made a comment that this would add to the housing mix in Fort Erie, and in particular, I presume the neighborhood. Have you been to Fort Erie to check out how many townhouses have been built and how many have been proposed over the past several months?
I have, yes.
So are you aware that council is taking the position that we have more than adequate townhouses to accommodate people for the time being?
I have been made aware of that, yes.
Have you been made aware of that by staff?
Through some discussions with staff, I have been made aware.
Okay. And my understanding is that your client hasn't really been encouraged to proceed with this development because of its nature and the fact that it's all townhouses, a couple of long streets with nothing but townhouses. Is that correct, or am I mischaracterizing that?
I'm not sure I understand the question. The site is zoned to permit townhouses. We have not received feedback that townhouses would be inappropriate.
Have you received any feedback that all townhouses would be not agreeable to the municipality?
No, the lands are zoned to permit this form of development.
Okay, so I think you're somewhat sidestepping my question, but you're addressing us this evening because, as you pointed out, with this type of application, there is no public meeting, so the public doesn't have the ability to attend and address council in an open forum here. Is that correct?
Well, I'm attending this evening because this is the typical course of action when there is a staff report in front of council would be to speak in support of the development. I think that's my role as the planning consultant for this. There is no statutory public meeting, but we did have an open house, which was, our client staff suggested would be a good idea, and our client was very agreeable to proceeding with an open house. So we did have that in November, and notice was provided.
And because there's no public meeting, I'm guessing that there's also no right of appeal by any member of the public of the decision ultimately made by council. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Are you familiar with the recent review of the town's official plan that's currently underway?
I am.
And are you aware that the consultant has commissioned a housing needs study to help inform the consultant in its recommendations to council relative to official plan policies?
I have not reviewed a housing needs study, but that is pretty typical when there's an official plan review.
Right, so then you're not familiar with what we've identified as the core housing need in Fort Erie?
I haven't reviewed the housing needs study.
Okay, that would be affordable units, purpose-built rental units, seniors accommodations, long-term care facilities, none of which are rows of townhouses. Sorry, that's not a question, that's just to inform you. What is your target market with respect to these units?
At this point, the marketing hasn't been prepared for this development.
So these are all two-story units, 93 two-story units, townhouses?
Correct. Yes.
And you did show us, I think it's slide 7, a conceptual of the rear of these units?
Yes. Yep. I can bring that
And
up.
you also, as part of the report, we have the front elevation, the rear elevation, and also the landscape map. The landscape map doesn't actually show sidewalks running from the rear of these units to Bellevue Boulevard. Is that an oversight, or is it just something that wouldn't typically appear in a landscape plan?
It wouldn't typically appear in this level of detail as a conceptual landscape plan.
And I note that these two north-south roads within this development seem to end at the property line. Is there potential for connection to the lands to the north of this parcel to connect to either the park that's being proposed or the development further north?
It's something that we could look at. This is a private, they're intended to be private condominium roads though. So the maintenance obligations of the roads are for the condo corp. They're not intended to be a public road. If you extend them, it would encourage through traffic to go through the community, which isn't the way the roads have been designed.
And do you know what the price point is for any of these units at this point?
No, I don't.
Is it likely any of them are going to be within the definition of affordable in terms of CMHC definition?
I don't know the price point of these units. That hasn't been determined at this point.
And the amenity area that you referred to, what's the size of that amenity area?
Just 1 second. Let me refer to my notes. It's about 865 square meters.
So what's the width and what's the the length?
The width is approximately, let me see, I did the math earlier today. The width is approximately 48 meters, the length, and then the width is approximately 18 meters.
So 18 meters or about 60 to 65 feet by, what'd you say the first one was? The length is?
48 meters.
Yeah, so 160 maybe, 160 feet. Okay. Thank you very much for your time. Are there any other questions by members of council? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you very much, Your Worship, and through you to Ms. Elliott. Thank you very much for your presentation this evening. I just picking up on where the mayor left off, just with regard to the urban design. Was there any consideration given for better integration into the existing neighborhood instead of having the backs of these townhomes face the road that is already there? Was there any discussion about flipping them around so that they integrate into the neighborhood rather than essentially everyone looking at a backyard?
Yes, we did look at that. There are a couple reasons why we didn't face the units towards Bellevue. One of the big reasons is the driveway accesses would be then all of those units would have a driveway along Bellevue. So that's a lot of driveways and along the street in addition to the new private road. So we thought from a functional perspective, it is easier to have the development have one shared access as opposed to 24 separate, well, they're paired, so 12 driveways along Bellevue. Another reason is there's a ditch right now on Bellevue Boulevard, so there is a constructability challenge when you have all of the driveways. And we thought that through having enhanced rear elevations with a door that looks like a front door and, higher quality material, so it doesn't look like the back of a unit, and then having the open fencing and enhanced landscaping strip along Bellevue, we could achieve the same design for the street without the impact of the driveways and potentially maintaining that ditch.
Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for that answer. And through you, again, Your Worship, another question. Earlier during your presentation, you had mentioned fencing and that this would not be board on batten, typical residential fencing. In light of the fact that the rear yards are going to be facing external roads, what are you envisioning is going to run down the municipal road if it isn't going to be a standard board on batten fence?
Through the mayor, there would be so we have a 2-meter wide landscape strip that's contemplated. So within that, there would be some tree and shrub plantings. And within that, there would also be a low type, it's an iron fence. So I don't have an example of what it would look like. It's called Iron Eagle or similar type fencing. So it's a kind of a low, you can imagine it being about 3 or 4 feet high iron fencing along the street. And we'd work with staff through the clearance of the draft plan conditions to determine the appropriate approach to landscaping along the street there.
Thank you. And if I may follow up, Your Worship. So as part of the condominium declaration or whatever legal mechanism comes in, what method will be used to prevent duplication of fencing and other landscaping issues? I recognize that you can't control individuals' backyards and that we all put up our fences, we all put them up on our property line, we can paint them whatever color we want, etc. But considering the urban design of this proposal and the exterior facing, what mechanisms are you envisioning will be utilized to ensure that the landscaping is maintained along the rear?
And through the mayor, the landscape strip will be part of the condo corp. So they will be, it's a common element. So the condo corp will be responsible for maintenance of the landscaping. And in terms of the fencing, that's something that can be addressed through the condominium declaration.
Okay. Thank you,
so that you don't have duplicate fencing. Sorry.
Yeah. No, fair enough. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Noyes, back to you.
Thank you, Mayor, through you to the presenter. Just on what Councillor Dubanow was saying, because this is the backyard, so if I wanted to put up a swing set or whatever, a hot tub in my backyard, I could do that.
Through the mayor, we could include restrictions in the condo declaration related to that if it was deemed to be necessary. And we can look at that with staff.
If I can, I'm just wondering what restrictions there would be. I can see what Councillor Dubanow was going to, is that, people's backyards look quite different than their front yards for all the right reasons. But I'm just wondering what kind of controls would be put on.
Yeah, and through the mayor, that's something we can look at with staff and how it looks in the condo declaration.
Okay, thank you.
Any other members of council? Ms. Elliott, just another thing that occurred to me. On the, there are 2 blocks south of the amenity area. One faces west, one faces the internal road on the east. How do those condominium unit owners access their backyard if they're in the middle of one of these blocks?
Through the mayor, the condominium unit owners would, and I think the condo plan is attached to the staff report, and there should be a common elements strip that allows people to enter their backyards via the common element. I'm just looking at the condo plan. So that's how they could get into their rear
Yeah,
yards.
okay, I don't believe that was attached to our report, but thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. If there are no other members of council that have any questions, thank you very much, Ms. Elliott.
All right, thank you.
Okay, that takes us then to a public meeting. We have a public meeting under the Planning Act with respect to a proposed zoning bylaw amendment for property on Centralia Avenue, North Hershey, called Hershey Estates. And the process in a public meeting is council will receive background information from staff. Then councilors may ask the staff member questions if they wish. Thereafter, I will ask the proponent if he or his agent wishes to address council. Again, they'll be subject to any questions that councilors might have. After that, I'll ask if there's anyone that wishes to speak in favor of the application other than the proponent. Thereafter, if there's anyone who wishes to speak in opposition or ask questions of members of council, any of those people that address council are subject to questioning by members of council. I'll then go to Mr. Patton to see if there's anyone in the digital waiting room that wishes to address council on either for or against. And then finally, I'll ask the clerk if there have been any late email submissions that are not part of the report. So we'll start with the staff providing background information to council, and that is Robin Shugan. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Redekop, members of council, members of the public. I am Robin Shugan, Junior Development Planner for the town of Fort Erie. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information regarding a zoning bylaw amendment for the zoning bylaw amendment application for the lands municipally known as 0-12054 Centralia Avenue North, Hershey Estates. The application was submitted by Upper Canada Consultants, Ethan Lehman, and the owner, on behalf of the owner, Brandon Fieri. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment in front of you this evening is for a draft plan approved subdivision to redelineate and expand the boundaries of the existing environmental protection zone to more accurately reflect the natural heritage features located on the subject lands as per the submitted environmental impact study. The zoning bylaw amendment also proposes a site-specific rural residential zone to reduce the minimum lot frontage requirements from 60 meters to 28 meters to recognize the lot frontages of the draft-approved lots. The zoning bylaw amendment application is a required condition of the draft plan approved subdivision. As council may be aware, a zoning bylaw amendment application is subject to a 90-day timeline under the Planning Act. The application was deemed complete April 3rd, 2024. The public information open house was held on April 30th, and today we are on day 54 for the public meeting and information report. The subject lands are currently vacant and located on the northeast corner of Centralia Avenue North and Nye Road. The subject lands are irregularly shaped with a lot area of approximately 11.13 hectares and a lot frontage of 251 meters along Nye Road. The subject lands contain environmental features including provincially significant wetlands, significant woodlands, portion of the 6 Mile Creek, and the 100-year floodplain for the 6 Mile Creek located along the eastern lot line and in the southern east portion of the subject lands. To the north and west are single detached dwellings. To the east are the natural features as mentioned, and rural lands are also located to the east and south of the subject lands. The current official plan designation is rural residential and environmental protection. The rural residential designation permits the use of single detached dwelling units on large lots with sustainable private services. The approved draft plan of subdivision is for 16 single detached dwelling units with private sanitary and water services. The lands designated environmental protection identify portions of the land as provincially significant wetland. significant natural area, woodlands over 2 hectares, environmentally sensitive area, natural hazards, and critical fish habitat. The portions of the land designated environmental protection are contained separately on Block 19, where residential development will not occur. The lands designated environmental protection will also be dedicated to the town. Okay, the subject lands are currently zoned rural residential, hazard, and environmental protection in the town's comprehensive zoning bylaw 12990 as amended. The rural residential zone permits the use of single detached dwelling units. The hazard zone permits conservation of management and wildlife and control structures to prevent flooding and/or erosion. The environmental protection zone permits passive, non-structural conservation and resource management uses. The zoning bylaw amendment is proposing to redelineate and expand the EP boundaries as well as site-specific rural residential zone for the 16 draft-approved lots to reduce the minimum lot frontage from 60 meters to 28 meters. As you can see on Schedule A, Part 1 in yellow will be rezoned from rural residential to rural residential site-specific. Part 2 in hatched yellow will be rezoned from hazard to rural residential site-specific. Part 3 in solid green will remain as environmental protection. Part 4 in the crossed hatch green will be rezoned from hazard to environmental protection. And lastly, Part 5 in the line hatch green will be rezoned from rural residential to environmental protection. Okay, as you can see here, this is the lot frontage plan that depicts the 16 draft approved lots with lot frontages ranging from 50 to 28 meters. Lots 7 and 8 will have the narrowest lot frontages as they are pie-shaped lots located along the outer corner of the proposed street. Lots within the plan of subdivision will have lot areas ranging from 4,172 square meters to 6,641 square meters, which complies to the minimum lot area requirements of the rural residential zone. On April 30th, Planning Services held an information open house. Approximately 10 members of the public were in attendance. Comments received were in regards to the extension of the draft plan approval, flooding, and drainage. So that concludes the information presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shugand. Any members of council have any questions? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you. Through you to Robin. Robin, were there any changes in the floodplain designations or the boundaries of the floodplain?
Through you, Mayor Redekop, to Councillor Noyes, the purpose of the zoning bylaw amendment is to extend the environmental protection zone. I don't know if I can speak to how, if the floodplain has extended, but the EIS study would have given that information and why we're here to extend.
Okay, you don't know, that's fine.
No. And perhaps the applicant will be able to answer a little bit more clearly than I will.
Well, one further question under part 2, where you had the slide up there. You saw this kind of like this, I don't know, carrot or whatever going up into part 2, which was then removed. What was the hazard that was removed? Why was it hazardous in the first, deleted it? Why was it denoted as being hazardous in the first place? Like, you want to remove that hazard from that particular, I think you know, it's like if you go back to that slide,
Yep.
you'll see the part 2. Why was it designated as a hazard in the first place? Yeah, that one.
Okay.
This is part 2. Why was that?
So through you, Mayor Redekop, to Councillor Noyes, the hazard zone is, I would have to look into the previous, of why it was zoned previously. However, I do know it is changing to be more restrictive. That's why the amendment, the EIS has recommended that the environmental protection zone extend and to by doing the rezoning from hazard to environmental, no development will take place in that, or sorry, it's becoming rural residential. I understand your question now. I'm sorry. So it would have been, it would be my understanding that it would have been removed based off the study of the EIS.
Okay, but we don't know why it was there in the first place.
I will take that back, I will take that question back and answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
Any other members of council? Councillor Christensen.
Thank you for your presentation, Robin. I know that there's significant concern south of the proposed site with respect to flooding and significant problems. And I'm wondering if, and this has been a project that's been on the books for a number of years, and I'm wondering whether consideration was given to the, given the changes that have occurred in the 6 Mile Creek area over the last 15, 20 years, whether consideration was given to potential downstream impacts.
Through you, Mayor Redekop, to Councillor Christensen, I would have to part of the draft plan of subdivision has conditions for stormwater and flooding, and to mitigate these issues with the development, they would have to be approved by the Niagara Region, the NPCA, and the town. So they would be taken into consideration at the time that these studies get submitted. I hope I'm answering the question. Maybe not, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it was just something that as I was looking at it, and you know, I was thinking I should have given you warning ahead of time.
No.
Okay. No, thank you.
Any other members of council? Ms. Shogun, this requirement for a zoning amendment arose in 2018.
To you, Mayor Redekop, yes.
That's when a request for an extension was granted, but there were some additional conditions imposed.
Correct.
Okay, I'll have questions when we get to the report. Thank you. So that takes us then to the next step, which would be the proponent or the proponent's agent. Good evening. You're Mr. Lamon.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor.
How are you?
Good, good. So, my name is Ethan Lamont. I'm a planner with Upper Canada Consultants. I represent the developer for the zoning bylaw amendment application made for the Hershey Estates subdivision. So I have a few short slides to give a brief overview, and then I'll be available for questions afterwards. So as council is probably aware, the history of Hershey Estates subdivision goes back a number of years. So the subdivision containing 22 lots was originally approved for these lands in March of 2000, over 24 years ago. A modification to the subdivision was made in 2003, which reduced the number of lots to 17. And another modification was made in 2018, which saw a further reduction in the number of lots to 16 as a result of a portion of the property being mapped as provincially significant wetland. The draft plan on the screen shows the layout, which reflects the 2018 approval. In addition to the 16 lots, the subdivision contains an emergency access, a block for stormwater drainage, an environmental block, and a 1-foot reserve. The 2018 approval and conditions are still applicable, and we've been working actively towards clearing these conditions, the zoning bylaw amendment being one of the conditions of approval. We've also completed an environmental impact study, a hydrogeological study, and are currently working with the town, region, and MPCA to satisfy their requirements with regards to detailed engineering design, which address things like stormwater management. So the image on the screen shows the zoning that's currently in effect for the subject lands. So most of the lands are currently zoned as rural residential, shown in yellow, which permits estate residential lots or 1 acre lots on private services. The rural residential zone is shown in yellow. The subject lands also contain environmental protection area, which you can see in the bottom right hand shown in green. The area designated for environmental protection area currently corresponds with the mapped provincially significant wetland. And then finally, the property contains hazard zoning, which corresponds with the floodplain extents of the 6 Mile Creek based on MPCA mapping, and the hazard zone is shown in blue. So moving on to the proposed amendment, there's two main components to the amendment. The first is a modification to the environmental protection area based on the findings of the environmental impact study. So the EIS was done in accordance with the new regional official plan, which had stricter environmental requirements than the previous plan did, going back before 2022. So as a result, the environmental protection area is being expanded from what was previously zoned. It includes the provincially significant wetland and 30-meter buffer, a significant woodland and its 30-meter buffer, a 15-meter buffer from the 6 Mile, and a 50-meter buffer from the 6 Mile Creek. All of these features are located in an environmental protection block in the subdivision, which would be dedicated to the town. The findings of the environmental impact study have been reviewed and accepted by the region. The second component of the zoning bylaw amendment is the inclusion of a site-specific lot frontage requirement for the rural residential zone to reflect the approved lot fabric. The requested lot frontage is 28 meters, which reflects the pie-shaped lots which are located internal to the subdivision itself. The lots fronting onto Centralia Avenue and Nye Road are considerably wider, and they're consistent with the existing lotting patterns on these roads. With regards to the hazard zoning, the floodplain mapping has been updated based on actual topographic information and modeling taken at the site. The floodplain limits are entirely in the environmental protection zoning, and since the environmental protection zoning is more restrictive, that zoning is going to remain in effect for the floodplain lands. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you for your attention, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lamont. Any members of council have any questions? Councillor Dubanow, then Councillor Noyes.
Yes, thank you very much, Your Worship, and through you to Mr. Lamont, thank you very much for coming this evening. You noted on the initial part of your presentation how long this proposal has been in place, and in fact, just cluing in, I did the math. This was back when I would have been 17 years old when it was first approved. So this has been going on a long time, and it really dawns on you when you think of it in that perspective, and I'm now in my 40s. So my question is, and it's a real simple one, and I'm going to be quite straightforward when I ask this. Does the developer have a serious intent to actually proceed with this development if we grant this approval?
Through the mayor to the question. So yes, in short, we've been involved in this project since 2022, and since then, we've made active progress towards clearing the conditions of approval. Us being here for the zoning bylaw amendment is one of those components, but they've undertaken quite extensive studies. The environmental impact study, that's a 4 seasons, that's a year-long study that was undertaken. They've done hydrogeological, and we've been working through the detailed engineering design. So there's a lot of time and money that's been invested thus far, and it's definitely their objective to get this over the line and clear those conditions and get this under construction.
And if I may, Your Worship, I'm actually very glad to hear that. Let me perhaps ask a more specific question. When do they intend to get shovels in the ground?
Through the mayor to the question. So it depends on the process moving forward. Obviously, this is one of the things that we need approval on. But right now, it's looking like the end of summer, fall time is going to be able to get servicing and things going.
And one last question, Your Worship. So just with that aggressive timeline, and I'm actually very happy to hear that if you're talking summer, fall, this has been on the back burner for way too long. So if we, perhaps if we moved an amendment this evening just as perhaps an incentive, just, 2 years to get shovels in the ground before, zoning expires or something, just based on the information you provided with us right now, you don't think your client would have any issue with that?
Through you, Mayor, just so I understand correctly, are you referring to like a daylighting clause or something?
A sunsetting clause, yes.
A sunsetting clause, sorry. Through the matter to the question, I wouldn't have an objection to that. I would have to confer with my client, but based on what we've determined as timelines, I don't think there would be an issue meeting that.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I think these were excellent answers. Thank you.
And Councillor Dubanow, just for clarity, this is an information report. The recommendation report won't be coming back until next month.
Oh, we'll get there, Your Worship.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop, through you to Mr. Lamb. Mr. Lamb, I'll ask you the same question I asked Mr. Shugan. Part 2, it went from hazard to residential rural. What was the hazard? Why was it marked hazard in the first place?
Through the mayor to the question, so that was zoned as hazard based on floodplain mapping from the MPCA. When the MPCA does floodplain mapping, it's not necessarily specific to the site. So we've done actual topographic survey of the property and ran a hydrogeologic model. This is all engineering things that are quite honestly above my head. But we've redelineated the floodplain based on that information. And the MPCA has seen the new floodplain mapping, and they didn't offer any objections to where we've delineated the floodplain to be.
Thank you. Further question to that, if I may. At the open house, I was only there for part of it, but I understood there was a lot of concerns that this particular area is sometimes just covered in water. Like there's a lot of flooding, and I'm not sure, but I think there was even some pictures of water going over the land and stuff. I'm not an expert, so I don't know, but I know that when the residents who have lived in the area for months and for years and years and years say this area is flooded repeatedly over the years, what's your concern about that?
Through the mayor to the question, so that is something that gets more into the clearance of subdivision conditions because stormwater management is a condition of approval. But what I can say is that the way that the drainage design or the stormwater management is designed, it's designed for the water to go back into 6 Mile Creek. So I'm not sure what the source of the issues are now, but it's likely that any issues that exist now would be improved when the subdivision's ultimately graded and the drainage patterns are formally established for these lands.
Thank you, that's all.
Any other members? Councillor Flagg.
Thank you. Just continuing with Councillor Noyes. At that time, will you be discussing leach beds and where those leach beds will be located on the property to avoid any leaching into the 6 Mile?
Through the mayor to the question. So actually, as part of our conditions clearance, the region requires that we provide preliminary leaching bed areas. And that is to ensure that there's no leaching into the 6 Mile Creek, as well as to ensure that the leaching beds can be fit on the properties without negatively impacting the neighbors and where they can put their beds as well. So that's something that we're considering through the clearance of conditions.
Any other members of council? Councillor Christensen.
Through you, Your Worship, I'd like to sort of repeat my question with respect to downstream impacts and what provisions have been made in the event that downstream impacts with changes to 6 Mile Creek over the last 20 years. What changes or what's being provided to protect that?
Through the mayor to the question. So as part of the conditions clearance, we've submitted a stormwater management report. The report concludes that there's no requirement for quantity controls just based on the size of the catchment area and how long it takes for the peak flows to get down to this portion of 6 Mile Creek. And there's a negligible increase to the imperviousness from this development. But what I can say is there will be the inclusion of new ditches, grass swales essentially, and that helps to slow down stormwater flows getting into 6 Mile Creek.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Lamont, you've indicated that you came on board or your company came on board in 2022?
That's correct.
That was after the last extension was granted?
Correct.
Do you know if anything had been done with respect to the rezoning from 2018 until 2022?
I can't speak to what occurred before our involvement. I know there was some work being done, but Based on the changes to the provincial legislation as well as the region's official plan, a lot of previous work that was done in 2018 had to essentially be redone.
And you've indicated in response to Councillor Dubanow's question that sometime in the fall you would expect that there'll be shovels in the ground. How many conditions are left to be addressed in the draft approval?
I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but a lot of the outstanding conditions are tied to the engineering design and review. We've gone through one cycle of review with town and regional and MPCA staff, and we're working on providing another submission. So once the engineering design is approved, that essentially takes care of most of the outstanding conditions.
So according to the report that we're going to be looking at once this public meeting is over, staff has extended draft approval twice through delegated authority, now up until May, and then from May until August the 21st. So August the 21st is still summer, which is before fall. You're going to be looking for another extension in August?
It's our goal to clear the conditions in advance of the August lapsing date.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Lamont.
Thank you.
That takes us then to, is there anyone who wishes to speak to council in support of the application other than the applicant? Mr. Patton, is there anyone in the digital waiting room that appears anxious to speak to us? Is there anyone in the waiting room? There is nobody. Okay, so then by definition, no anyone who wishes to speak in opposition. Okay. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to the application or address council with respect to the matter? Yes, sir. We need your name and address for the record.
Rick Batista, 739 Centralia Avenue.
Proceed.
Proceed. Very nervous. Everybody seems very intelligent here. And I'm just a simple-minded old man. I think you asked for one of the questions. This has been ongoing for 24 years, I believe it was. And I understand we keep getting, what's the right term, extensions. Is there ever an end in sight? And I know the gentleman said that they were going to start in fall, I believe you said. Yet they dropped a bulldozer off yesterday. And to Mrs. Noyes, the reason Zone 2, or Lot 2, used to be hazardous if there was a creek or a pond. Fall, they brought in a bulldozer and filled the pond, and the bio officer went and put a cease and desist order. I know they took out some trees. That was a problem. They encroached on the environmental 6 Mile Creek. I'm just wondering how we stop that from happening. Again, I'm not sure why we keep giving them extensions. I got to make notes because I don't have a good memory. There was an Ontario Municipal Board ruling back in 18th day of July 1988 concerning the development and the cemetery that's up the street, and part of the agreement was that there would be a road access to the cemetery off of Nye Road, but on the development I don't see anything. I've got the order from the Ontario Municipal Board and the attorney that wrote it and blah, blah, blah. But I was just curious how that affects anything, if it does. And that's been on the books since 1988. What else? And I apologize. Like I said, I'm old and not real bright. And 4 years ago when this issue came for renewal, Matt, and I can't remember his last name, memory's the first thing to go, he told me by today's standards this development would never be approved. I don't know if that's still the case, but if that is the case, I don't, again, why we keep giving them extensions, beyond me. Question I had is, now I noticed that part 1, they want to rezone from residential rural to residential site specific, which if I understand correctly reduces the frontage size, what's to stop if that goes through? What's to stop them in 2 years from coming back and saying, okay, instead of 60 meters, 50 meters, we want to go to 28 meters? Is there anything we can put in place to prevent something like that from happening? And were the environmental studies done before they bulldozed the lot and filled in the pond? That goes back to Ms. Noyes' question about part 2. How can something that's hazardous now be zoned residential? That just doesn't add up. And I don't know if anybody has visited the site, but I remember a really wise man once said that the priority of council is to ensure any development complements the existing area and is a benefit to the community. If anybody that's been in that area, it's rural. It's not a subdivision. It's also stated that it's important to preserve and protect the character and identity of the neighborhood. I'm just curious if anybody from council has actually seen the property, or the gentleman that keeps extending it. That just doesn't add up. And that's what I'm not naive. I know there's going to be some sort of development on the property. If we can just put, I don't know what the right word, bylaws, laws, I don't know how all this works, in place so that 2 years down the road, we're not ending up with a 60 house development versus the 16 that's in place now. And again, I'm not sure 16 is the right number, but it is what it is. And one other thing, I have nothing but respect for councilors, nothing. You know, everybody criticizes whatever decision you make. Someone's going to be happy, someone's going to be angry, someone's going to grab you in the grocery store. And I think if people took into account the amount of time you put in for the pay, I'd be shocked if it works out to minimum wage. So just nothing but respect.
Mr. Batista, if you're trying to butter us up, it's working with me.
I'm no fool.
You said a couple of things that I just wanted to get clarified. You said that there's a bulldozer on the property right now?
Dropped it off Friday.
And you said that there previously had been some excavating done and some trees removed?
Yes, and the
Okay.
bylaw officer went, or not, bylaw enforcement officer, if that's the right term, went and ceased and desist, and I spoke to, there was somebody there doing, and he's told me that they'd taken out some trees on town property and encroached on the environmental hazard. So we just want to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the heads up, and I'm sure that our Director of Planning has made a note, and we'll pass that on to our staff with respect to bylaw enforcement. And also, since the developer is here, I'm sure he's hearing that he's not supposed to be doing any work on the property. You also made reference to a 1988 OMB decision.
Yes.
Did you say you have a copy of that here?
I do. You're more than welcome to take a copy if you'd
Yeah, I
like.
wonder if we could get a photocopy of that taken, so that we'll have that for our
It has to
records.
do with when the,
Hershey Cemetery?
when the town purchased the property, the cemetery at the top of the street, and it was agreed that there would be a access road through the town owned the property at the time.
Yeah, okay. I think Mr. McQueen is going to get that copy from you. We send the top public staff member to do these photocopying. Some say he's overpaid for photocopying, but you get what you pay for.
Don't lose that, it costs about 10 grand.
Yes, he'll bring that back. Are there any other members of council that had any questions of Mr. Batista? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you very much, Your Worship, and thank you very much, Mr. Batista, for your comments. They are appreciated. There is a lot to this role, and it's always nice to see someone acknowledge it, so thank you. I'm just wondering, you did raise a lot of concerns about this property, similar concerns that I've had with regard to the timeline,
I had hair when this first started.
Well, in 1988, I was in kindergarten. Like we're going way back. But I'm wondering, have you had any discussion with town staff just to get some clarification about how urban areas versus rural developments like this work? Because I understand your concern. I'm just wondering if you had any dialogue with town staff who might be able to alleviate some of those concerns and help you with the process and how these unique developments work?
I have not.
Okay.
Keep in mind, this is all over my head. Very bright, not so smart. So.
Mr. Batista, we have fantastic staff. You raised some excellent questions. I would reach out to town staff. They can help clarify, particularly with, and I apologize, Your Worship, these aren't questions, but okay, so I know you're concerned about this turning into like an urban type subdivision. Is that correct? Have you had any discussions with town staff about the urban area versus the rural area and the constraints?
No.
Have that discussion. I think it's worthwhile.
Who would you recommend I have that discussion with?
I would suggest that you speak to Ms. Dilwaria, the director.
I didn't want to put that on her without her being okay with it. Ms. Dilwaria is fantastic.
Okay, Councillor Noyes, you had a question?
Yes, thank you. Through you to Mr. Baptiste. When did they fill in that part 2, that pond?
It was at least prior to summer last year, because once they leveled it, they then planted soybean. So they filled in the pond, creek, whatever you want to call it, waterway. And from there, that's when a lot of the flooding started, because instead of going through the pond, it started coming through the ditches, which then come onto this side of the road, which come down this way to us at the far end of the property.
Okay, so if I just to clarify, so since that pond was filled in, there has been an increased amount of flooding in the surrounding areas?
It's like anything else. Big snowfalls, we can talk about blizzard 77. Some of the pictures that I saw at the open house were once in a lifetime thing, so we don't want to over exaggerate on that, but certainly the amount of water coming down to our end of the street is tenfold. But again, we're not swimming in the backyard. It happened once, so did blizzard 77, so let's not blow it up too much, but in fairness, absolutely, the flooding has increased.
Okay, thank you.
Any other members of council? Mr. Batista, you can resume your seat, and Mr. McQueen will bring back your papers.
Yes.
Don't leave here until he does. Is there anyone else that wishes to address council? Please come forward, sir. And we need your name and address for the record.
Knoble, David, 763 Centralia Avenue North.
And how do you spell your last name?
Knobel, like your knee, your knife.
Only your Knoble. Please proceed. Please proceed.
I've lived in this address since 1978. Since 1978, people have tried to put the property that we're discussing now into houses, and it's been turned down. And the town took it over, hoping to put a cemetery in there. The reason that nothing until now has surfaced is because it's a swamp. We are flooded back there no matter it rains, the snowfall, we are swamp. I have proof right here. We have not had a town engineer since 1978 that has been able to overcome our problem. It goes to Nye Road, then everything stops. 6 Mile Creek, as these photographs will show you, the property across the road from us that are living there is 1.5 feet below us. Metric, it's that, just for people at Metric. And it's come up to our houses. You put 16 houses, 16 septic tanks, and 16 sump pumps in there, where is that water gonna go? And since that bulldozer has been in that field, he has covered a creek and a pond. We've been draining that field ever since. Our drainage system cannot handle what we have now. When you put 16 houses in there, we're screwed. Now, another thing, septic tanks do not work efficiently when you get snow, rain coming down. They work hard. But now you've got groundwater coming up, trying to mix and get out. We're in trouble. That's going to drain to us, not 6 Mile Creek. It's going to drain to us. Nothing like walking down your road and smelling what your neighbor had for breakfast. And with the soil we have there, it's clay. It doesn't do it. We're at your mercy not to let this happen. It's going to destroy, number one, through the traffic that we're going to get there. You put 16 houses, 40 more cars, you got grandma and granddad, you got buses, you got this, you got that. You've got people from Thunder Bay using our road right now because they, on Baker and Burley, don't drive fast enough, these people. I can tell you the red pickup truck is 8:05 every morning. The blue Honda comes through at 8:35. And boy, they are coming down that road. We cannot walk out there. We cannot enjoy out there like we used to. 16 more houses in there, we're in trouble. We haven't got the road. We don't have anything to support those houses.
Mr. Knoble, the issue isn't whether 16 houses can be built. There's been a draft plan of subdivision that's been approved. This is whether or not the zoning should be changed to permit the development to proceed. So the issue about the 16 houses, that's, so far that's out of the barn, depending upon whether council gives any further extensions.
But maybe you'll get somebody in there to do something about the water.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, before you go, Mr. Knoble, I don't know if there are any members of council that have any questions.
Oh.
Councillor Noyes.
Just wondering if we could see the pitch.
I'm sorry?
Could we see the pictures? Could you hand them to me and I can pass them around?
The photos?
Yeah.
Yes.
Of the flooding?
Yes.
And I'd also like to thank our councillor for being very helpful in this, and Ms. Noyes also took an interest in it, and it is what it is.
Okay. So you're going to provide those photos to Councillor Noyes?
I'm sorry?
You're going to provide those photos to Councillor Noyes, and then
yes,
we'll circulate them back to you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address council with respect to this matter?
Can I make one more comment?
Just hold on. Typically, no. Mr. Patton, has anybody entered the digital waiting room now? Okay. So this is an information report that's before council. There would have to be a further recommendation report. If you have any additional comments that you want to make, Mr. Batista, you can provide those to the clerk, who can circulate them to members of council. Mr. Todd, have we received any late email messages relative to this matter?
Your Worship, no additional comments were received.
Okay, then that being the case, I'm going to declare this public meeting closed, and we're going to move to report PDS 29, 2024. And Councillor Christensen, I understand you have the motion to put that on the floor?
Yes, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McDermott, that council receives for information purposes report PDS 29, 2024 regarding a proposed zoning bylaw amendment for 0-120524 Centralia Avenue North, Hershey Estates subdivision.
Any questions or comments? Councillor Dubanow, then Councillor Noyes, if you wish.
Yeah, thank you very much, Your Worship. And now that it doesn't have to be questions, I can probably speak a little more freely about my concerns and where I think this needs to go. As I mentioned earlier, you know, I was a teenager when this was first proposed, and it's just been punted down the road over and over and over again. I remember when I first started taking an interest in, you know, local politics and started looking at, you know, reading council agendas and reports. I remember that this was up for a draft plan extension at that time, and this is going back like, you know, over 10 years ago. So I certainly, if, if the consultant here is, take him at his word, that they're ready to move forward with construction this summer, I think that's fantastic. The few points that I would make this evening, just for when we get a recommendation report, I do think we need to put some teeth into the timelines with the zoning. If they are truly going to get shovels in the ground this summer, this August, I don't think a 2-year sunset clause on the zoning would harm them. It just might give them the little push to say that council's serious, we want this to move forward. I just looked at some of the photos of the, the water issues there, and certainly as one of the condition of the, to clear the conditions for the subdivision agreement, I would expect to see proper, ditches and a drainage system and a proper outflow and a carryout. Those concerns are certainly valid. And we did touch on earlier how this is the kind of rural subdivision that you would not see approved under current provincial frameworks. Everything now is about pushing it inside the urban boundary. You don't see a lot of these areas like Thunder Bay or Oak Hill Forest or areas like this anymore. They tend to be serviced, more compact. So I hope the developer understands that if we do, grow tired and this lapses, there's no bringing this back. It's over, it's done, and that property is rural. You'll build one house on it maybe, and that'll be the end of it. So those are my comments. If we're going to do this, let's finally do it. Enough is enough. And those are just my comments for the recommendation report when it comes forward, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Dubanow. Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. I think before I would even contemplate even doing anything, I would want a comprehensive plan to deal with the flooding. I think when everyone sees those pictures, this is not a minor problem. It's a major problem that currently exists. And whether the 16 houses are going to make it worse is a big question. I guess I have some concerns about the filling in of the pond, the ditch, et cetera, and the removal of trees. I wonder if we have any recourse. I understand, in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, it happened like years and years ago, but from what I understand, it just happened like a few years, like 2 years ago. And I'm just wondering, is there any recourse the town has to doing that? I would imagine that as an MPCA may have some, did they know this was done? Because many times when they do something they're not supposed to do, they have to restore it to what it was. So I don't know if there's ever been any discussion on that. It does cause me concern moving forward with the compliance of any conditions. In other words, if it's a catch me if you can attitude, like they do it and then they, oh well, it's done. I'm concerned about that. And I guess my last question, Council, kind of what goes on, Councillor Dubanow, with all the changes. What happens if Council does not extend it past August 2024? And
well, if I think that's the issue. I've got a number of questions with respect to that, but it seems to me that if we were to rezone this and then an extension was not granted, we've got no subdivision, but we've got rezoned property. So I think they need to be working in tandem, in my opinion.
I think that's the point I was trying to make. What if we don't rezone it? What if we don't do, you have your plan that was approved, and do it or don't, and you have till August to move forward. Just a thought.
Any other members of council? Councillor McDermott.
Yes, Your Worship, I really have trouble with the water flooding too. I would want to build anything there right now. I used to live on Shirley Avenue when I was a kid. I knew 6 Mile Creek pretty good. Back in those days, we did not get flooded like we're getting flooded today. When I think about putting a house there right now, I'm going to have nightmares about that. Because unless we get that under control, you wouldn't want to build anything there. And anybody that would buy a place there would have to have a preserver, a rowboat, a whole pile of stuff. So, It's pretty serious stuff. You just can't build on water unless you're building an ark. So, I'd be very careful about what we do, and I'm hoping that, maybe the planning department along with infrastructure can look into that flooding because, as Councillor Noyes says, it's way too much. If I had to live like that, or any of us had to live like that, we would be totally unhappy. And to have a presenter be articulate here and not get too worked up about it is amazing, to be honest. So I give him kudos to that. And, I'll support the information report, but until we get control of the flooding, I could never vote yes to it. Your Worship, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McDermott. Councillor Christensen.
The reason I've asked my questions, through your worship, the reason I ask my questions is because I have other residents who are flooded south. Both the impact of climate change, shifts in the actual character of the 6 Mile Creek floodplain and the creek itself, blockages, vegetation, have shifted and changed a great deal of the water. I've driven through water across the road just south of there, watching. Every time there's a storm, I go out, and that's what I look at, and just check to see what residents are dealing with. So that's why I'm asking the question. So I do have the same concerns.
Thank you. Any other councillors? Ms. Dilwaria, just so that I'm clear on this particular application emanates from a condition imposed in 2018 when an extension was requested and granted.
That's correct.
And until recently, has the town had been aware of any activity with respect to the zoning amendment application?
So we got in touch only when they submitted the zoning amendment application. We had sent them a reminder email that your draft plan is expiring imminently, so that was a reason that maybe triggered the submission of the zoning amendment application. But that's that has been the only contact that we've had with them.
And that was when? In February?
That's correct. I think the student had the timelines. It was somewhere in February.
You, Mayor, the draft plan extension was expiring February 24th. Sorry, February 21st, 2024, from the 2-year draft plan extension.
And the municipality sent a letter to the developer to remind them?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay. And since you're there, that was an extension until May 21st, which was last week.
Through you, Mary. Correct. May 21st. They were given an extension till May 21st till August 21st.
But then the applicant requested a further extension, and so now staff, through delegated authority, has temporarily extended draft approval to August the 21st.
Correct.
And I don't know whether you had an opportunity to look into this, but in 2022, when the request for an extension was granted to February 21st, 2024, do you have any notification, do you have any notes there or any indication of comments made by council at that time?
Through you, Mayor, no.
Okay, then my suggestion, Ms. Dilwaria, is that you have somebody on staff go back and look at the meeting, the video recording of the meeting that took place, because I can't imagine that there wouldn't have been some comments by some members of staff with respect to a development that has been outstanding since 2000, that had an amendment in 2018, or an extension in 2018, that included a specific request for a zoning amendment, and here we are now. Did you have something to add to that?
Through you, Mayor, I will look into it. I believe my recollection is COVID-19 was one of the reasons that the draft plan required an extension as well.
Yeah, and COVID-19 first became a factor 2 years after 2018, and several decades after 2000. So I think you may sit down, Ms. Shugan, because I have a question of the director, and that is, if an application for this type of development outside the urban boundary were brought forward today to you, what would your advice be to the property owner?
If this application is brought today, we would advise this is a non-starter.
Because of provincial policy?
Provincial policy is outside the urban area, there are no municipal services, and even our official plan talks about having the development within the urban area. This is not good planning.
I'd also like you to circulate to members of council the policy that permits staff to temporarily extend a draft approval. Because at one point, I believe we did ask staff to notify us if there was a temporary extension granted by staff so that we'd be aware of what was happening. And I don't think that happened in February or in May with respect to this particular development. I note as well, Ms. Dewaria, that the environmental planner raises a number of concerns with respect to this development, this rezoning, and has indicated that there's some work that needs to be done with respect to the environmental aspects of the property. I presume that that has some connection with respect to a rezoning?
That's correct, Your Worship. So it's my understanding the senior environmental planner wanted to visit the site, stake the provincially significant wetlands. So when we are doing the rezoning, it's done right, and there is no complications moving further in future.
She also makes reference to some deficiencies in the EIS, and the revisions have been requested. Have they been received, or is that still a work in progress?
That we have not received an updated EIS.
Okay. And again, is that something that we should be considering in the context of a rezoning application?
Yes, Your Worship.
Okay. I have no other questions. Anyone else? Councillor Noyes?
Just trying to get some background. I actually was on council as you were when this first came, and I'm trying to remember that far back. The town originally owned this property?
This was supposed to be the Hershey Cemetery? Well, yeah, they'll have to look at that. I think that's correct.
And then again,
and it couldn't become a cemetery because of the water. It's too wet.
I'm not going to make the joke, but I know why it wasn't a cemetery, because of the water. So I'm just wondering, when we sold the property to whoever originally, were they made aware of the conditions?
Of
the
what
property?
conditions?
Was that like the problems with the problems with the property in regards to flooding,
Well,
et cetera?
I don't know whether I don't think that's relevant right now. We're dealing with the zoning application, and we've got a development that's already been approved.
And I can appreciate that. I'm just curious. I guess my other question is, since staff do have the ability to extend the dates, as they did with this one, can we make sure that they don't extend this date again without council's input?
I think we could pass a motion under new business that no further temporary extensions of draft approval be granted. You can make it to this, or you can make it to any draft approval without council's approval.
Okay, and I would do that under new business? I wouldn't need a notice of motion?
No, you can do it under new business as a motion. This is an issue that we're dealing with tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Any other members of council? Okay, if not, I'm going to call the vote on receiving this report for information purposes. All those in favor? Okay, that is carried. So for those of you who spoke to council, this means that this information that's been provided to council will be brought back with a recommendation report that will encompass comments made by the staff, by the developer's agent, by the residents, and will be given a recommendation from staff at that point before any rezoning can take place. Okay, so we're finished with that. Mr. Batista, you have your photographs and you have your documents. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. So that takes us then to the consent agenda. Are there any items that anyone wishes removed from the consent agenda? If not, Councillor Christensen, I understand that you have the resolution to put the consent agenda on the floor. No, you don't. Councillor McDermott. Sorry, Councillor McDermott.
Yes, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Christensen. The council approves the consent agenda as recommended.
Questions or comments? Councillor Noyes and then Councillor Dubanow.
I think this is in this thing, a memorandum, 11.4, by Kimberly Smith. I'm just wondering, and I'm trying to pull it up, and I'm too far on this. How come I can't find it? Oh, here it is. It talks about the heritage meeting that they had and stuff, and I'm just wondering, and I did not attend it. At that point, they brought up that there were about 4 concerns from the public that were there, and just trying to pull something else up. Okay, that's not what I'm looking for. And I was recently made aware, I think perhaps some other members of council will also, is about the problem with insurance. I mean, this was a meeting to explain the implications of designation, and I'm just wondering if in that, and I'm not saying anybody intentionally didn't provide the information, but you don't know what you don't know, is that insurance, once a property is designated as heritage, may be next to impossible to get. And if you can find anybody who's willing to insure it, the cost of the insurance is significantly higher than if it's not a designated property. I wonder if that was part of the information.
Ms. Dewaria?
Your worship, through you to the councillor, in my opinion, we had a discussion about the insurance of for the designated or heritage property. In my opinion, it's similar to any old property or any vintage car that you have. It would be more expensive than the regular insurance, but at the same time, towns would have to weigh the pros and cons of protecting the heritage property. So we can try to mitigate that issue differently, but it's not any different than any old property or any other house that you may have, and the cost of insuring that property.
So, Councillor Noyes, more directly, there is a market for heritage properties. There's all kinds of heritage properties throughout the province. They're insured, but it does typically attract a higher premium simply because there are features that may be more expensive to replace if you can replace them, and there's usually more time involved in having to get permits to replace those. It's one of the reasons why we have a tax rebate program that's available to people who own heritage properties.
Well, I thank you for that. My question was, at this meeting, was that information provided to those who would be interested in having their property designated or were thinking about it? And anything I can see on here, that insurance was never mentioned in regard to that. And I can tell you, and I didn't do a lot of phone calls, I did a few. The insurance companies that I called said they would not insure it. They would send you to this insurance over here that does high risk or whatever. that you could get insurance, but it would be extremely expensive, and you may not get the coverage that you think you have with the
Councillor
new
Noyes, I
one.
think you better get that in writing for us before we're going to act upon that.
Well,
So
that's- and
you better get that in writing.
Well, actually, that's where I think perhaps we need to look into.
We have looked into it, it has been looked into. I've made inquiries. I think Councillor Dubanow, who's on the committee, can you comment on this?
I can actually, Your Worship, if I may, because this was actually a big point of discussion during our last Museum and Cultural Heritage Committee. The discussion, and we have quite a few experts on that committee who are actually heritage experts. Chris Ryu in particular, he's got a lot of professional knowledge, as well as individuals in the community who have a lot of personal experience with heritage properties and how this works. The way the discussion went is that heritage is not a tangible item that can be insured. Therefore, it is not something that would require a premium or a risk to be applied. So with respect to what his worship said, you may want to get that in writing, because we have actually reached out to insurance companies. We actually do have insurance companies we have spoken with. I'm not prepared to discuss this here because I don't have permission to, but we have gotten considerably different information regarding this. And I understand that there may be individuals in this community who, have their opinions and have their thoughts on this, and that's fine. But we do our own research on the committee. We have staff resources. We have the ability to reach out and get these when these are raised. So if you do have that information, Councillor Noyes, I would highly recommend that you get it in writing and you provide it to the committee so that we can follow up on it ourselves to ensure that, A, the context of what is being discussed is correct, B, that they fully understand what is involved in a heritage designation, because in our experience, a lot of brokers simply don't. And they may have to refer it to a colleague or an individual who may have a little more familiarity with the process. And that C, that residents are getting the correct information in a way that is, that there's accountability and there's a paper trail to it, and it's not just anecdotal at the council chamber. So if you do have information that says that, which is different from our own understanding on the committee, I highly recommend that you do exactly what the mayor said. Provide it to us in writing. I would love to know the name of those brokers and who said that, because it's considerably different than the expertise on the committee and the information that when we had a very, very wide discussion about this during the meeting that we had. So ball's in your court, Councillor Noyes.
Councillor Noyes, you did reference a meeting. Were you referring to the May 8th open house?
What was referred to in the memorandum, now my
So
computer is
there was a
gone.
reference to the May 8th open house, and then there was also a reference to the committee having discussed these various issues at their last meeting, which was last week, May the 15th.
I'm talking about the one that the meeting date was May 27th.
Well, today's May 27th.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's on today's. It was the one that, the memorandum, I guess, was May 8th?
So the open house was on May the 8th, and the committee dealt with these issues on May the 15th. So your question is, was information relative to insurance available at the May 8th meeting?
Yes, actually, if you go to the third paragraph, it says on May 8th, 2024, the town of Fort Erie organized an open house to inform residents about heritage permits, the significance of heritage properties designation, and the grant programs available. And I'm just wondering if in any of that, were the residents informed that there may be an insurance issue?
So, Ms. Dilwari, I don't know if you were at the meeting, but can you, if not, can you speak to staff and find out what the content of the open house was all about?
Yes, I could definitely speak with them.
And I appreciate that, and I have no problem getting it in writing, and I would hope that also Councillor Dubanow will provide it in writing to me about the insurance companies that are more than happy to insure these people and what the restrictions may or may not be. And I'm going to put Councillor Flagg on the hot seat here. I wonder if Councillor Flagg would perhaps fill us in on his understanding.
Well, how about if I direct who goes where? But it says in the memo that the committee, that is the Heritage Committee, is willing to share insurance resources with the owner of the property. So if that is an issue, they will provide that information. Councillor Flagg, did you have your hand up? Are you giving up the floor? Councillor Flagg, did you have your hand up?
Your Worship, maybe I need a little bit of direction here when we get to 11.4.1. There's a recommendation within this that is a little different than a report later on, and I'm just trying to figure out whether we need to remove. So I'm talking about a recommendation of the committee. Museum and Cultural Heritage Advisory Committee recommends a reference plan be prepared and deposited at the town of Fort Erie for 5187 Shirkston Road that identifies the boundaries of the heritage attributes. And then later on in our meeting, we have a maybe a conflict in a motion. I just want to make sure that we pull whichever one.
We have a report later on in the agenda. Is that what you're referring to?
Correct, a report later
Yeah.
on the agenda.
So that report, which deals with 5174 Shirkston Road, was adjourned to this evening so that the committee could have an opportunity to discuss the property, which has been done. As a result of that discussion, this motion came out of the committee, and so I would think that it would be prudent to defer the report relative to 5187 Shirkston Road to at least the June meeting, or whenever we can. I would say the June meeting, and then we can find out whether the reference plan has been prepared or what the timing on that will be, if we don't already know. Yeah, so yeah, your question then is, should this motion be dealt with separately?
Should we either move this separately, or are we okay to move this and we defer the report?
So what we're going to do is when we get to the report, this would be the basis of a further deferral. So when we get to the report, which is PDS 22, this can be brought up by motion, and staff can advise us whether, yes, they can do it, what time frame might be, and that'll give us some guidance on how long that report, PDS 22, should be adjourned.
Okay, thank you, Your
Any
Worship.
clearer?
Well, a little bit. We're not pulling it out here, so that's what I want to make sure.
Fair enough. Anyone else? Councillor Dubanow.
Yes, Your Worship. Just with respect to the item that we had on the addendum this evening, 11.2.6, the communication from Bob Gale, the new chair of the Niagara Parks Commission, with respect to the everything old is new again plan for the Niagara Parks Marina. I'm somewhat excited that they're going back to the original plan. I always thought that was something that we could utilize as part of our our waterfront here to do something real spectacular with that property and a marina and kind of an ability to enjoy and be entertained in that area. But I'm just wondering, this has been punted along again since I was a teenager, and I'm getting concerned that nothing's been being done. So I think Councillor Noyes may have kind of alluded to earlier about maybe perhaps extending an invitation to Mr. Gale to address council, to ask some questions, because that's something I'd certainly like to ask him directly. How committed is Niagara Parks Commission to this? And what is their feeling of the provincial government's willingness to actually move along this time? That was just my comment, Your Worship.
Councillor Noyes, you did indicate that you were contemplating bringing a motion to request the MPC chair to attend a council meeting to answer these questions?
Yes, I would have planned to do that. I also have some comments under this consent agenda.
I'm sorry?
Yes, but I also wanted to make some comments under this consent agenda.
Yeah, that's, okay, so we'll you know what, we'll come back to that, but I'm going to suggest that you move an amendment to the report, which says that we approve the consent agenda as recommended, that there be a request for an invitation in that. So we'll come back when you're finished with the other items.
Okay, my other item was the 11.2.6. I want to...
Okay, well, that's where we are.
Again, going on with Councillor Dubanow, I was here when this has gone through at least two approaches to seek private developers to take a hold of this. I think the town at one time spent over $100,000 getting a consultant, and I can remember having public meetings and seeing diagrams and seeing pictures of condos, et cetera, and boats, and et cetera. And then the Niagara Parks changing their mind and then trying to go out to a private, because there was no RFP, I guess, for the first plan. And then they went out to an RFP. No one was really terribly interested to the extent that Niagara Parks was. So then it sat there, did nothing. They were going to close the marina altogether. And then they came to us with a lot of pomp and circumstance. We had a big newspaper spread. We had emails going here, there, and everywhere. It was on Facebook. Look what we're going to do. Look what's going to happen. I think it was about $19 million or around $19 million. You are going to have a marina that we can all be proud of, and we're going to do this, we're going to do that. What a wonderful thing. And that was, what, 6 months ago? But like, we're not even 6 months ago, I'm hearing. And now suddenly, out of the blue, they're pulling the plug, no explanation except we're going in another direction. That doesn't satisfy me. I don't think it satisfies anyone on council. I don't think it satisfies anybody in the public. And there may be somebody out there in the private that's just saying, wonderful, do I have an RFP for you? But again, they should be embarrassed. They should be absolutely embarrassed for this, to turn around something that they came to council. I mean, there's newspaper articles, there's all kinds of articles. And then for no particular reason, just, we're going another direction. Good luck. And again, I would love Mr. Gale to kind of explain to us the timelines and why does he think this is going to be more successful than it has been for the last 20 years when they've been trying it. Don't you agree?
No, you can speak here. You don't have to ask a
No, but
question.
I want to know if you guys agree.
So, okay, so that, I'm going to come back to you, Councillor Noyes. Is there anyone else that wants to speak to any of the items in the consent agenda? Okay, then I'm going to suggest that you amend the recommendation with respect to the consent agenda to include a provision that says, Council directs the clerk to invite the Niagara Parks Commission Chair, Gale, to attend a council meeting to respond to questions regarding his correspondence dated May 23rd, 2024.
More than happy to do that, and I'm hoping Mr. Todd has written that all down.
I've got it written down if he needs it, but so you need a seconder for that.
That definitely takes into everything I have in consideration in regards to my motion, to amendment, to the consent agenda.
Okay, so you've got a seconder, a thirder, probably a fourther. I'm going to go with Councillor Christensen, because she's closest to me, Councillor McDermott, sorry. Okay, so the motion that's on the floor is to amend the recommendation regarding the consent agenda to as follows. Council directs the clerk to invite the Niagara Parks Chair, Gale, to attend a council meeting to respond to questions regarding his correspondence dated May 23rd, 2024. Any questions or comments on that? All those in favor? You don't get to vote, Tom, sorry.
It's not a Parks Commission meeting.
Okay, so we have the amended recommendation regarding the consent agenda. So the consent agenda recommendation as amended. Any further questions or comments? If not, all those in favor? That is carried. That takes us then to reports, I believe. And the first of which is report PDS 2022-01-24. Councillor Dubanow, you have that.
I do, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Flagg that Council receives report PDS 22-2024 for information, and further that Council approves the designation of 5187 Shirkston Road as outlined in this report for architectural, historical, and contextual attributes and reasons under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act pursuant to the recommendation of the Museum and Cultural Heritage Advisory Committee, and further that Council directs staff to prepare a designation bylaw and provide notice of intention to designate in accordance with the Ontario Heritage Act.
Okay, so that's on the floor for questions or comments or amendments. Councillor Dubanow.
Yes, Your Worship, just in light of the discussion that we Because this is Shirkston Road one. Yeah.
Yep.
In light of the discussion we had, and also the discussion we had at the Museum and Cultural Heritage Advisory Committee, I would like to, do we refer this to staff to prepare the reference plan, or do we postpone it until a reference plan? I'm thinking of the procedure here.
So this should be, it should be postponed, but.
We amend it? Yeah, like
Don't think we can amend it. I don't think we can amend it. I think what we need to do is postpone this till the next meeting. But before we do that, why don't you ask staff about the recommendation coming out of the Museum and Cultural Heritage Advisory Committee in terms of logistics and in terms of their views on the request.
Yeah, and through you, Your Worship, to Ms. Del Warria, I'm just wondering if you had any thoughts. Would you like to receive direction from council to prepare the reference plan, and perhaps even a thought on timeline for creation, so that we have an idea of when this report can come back to move forward?
Be 4 to 5 months from the surveyor's perspective to get a reference plan done. And it would be better if we would defer this application, because once we have the reference plan done, we would have a clear understanding what needs to be designated, and the owner would also have a clear understanding. That way we would be able to have a discussion with them, get them on board, and have a designation which would be acceptable to them.
Thank you, and through your worship, so if we postpone this right now, Ms. Del Warria, you have everything you need to prepare with the reference plan?
Well, I think what you need is council direction.
That's what I was wondering, if we have to, perhaps under new business, move, because if we're going to postpone this.
So I would...
That's why I'm wondering if it would be a referral back to staff to prepare the reference plan. But that was a...
So I would suggest that what you do is move to postpone this report until such time as a reference plan has been prepared and deposited by the town of Fort Erie for 5187 Shirkston Road that identifies the boundaries of the heritage attributes. So it's a motion to postpone until this has been done. That way, staff has been given direction by council, and the matter is postponed until we get the reference plan.
Very good. Mr. Clerk, did you get all that?
Yes.
Okay, so I'd like to move that.
Okay, and is there a seconder for that? Councillor McDermott, your turn. Any questions or comments with respect to the request for the reference plan? The timing?
Ms. Del Warria, do you have a preferred date that you would want to have this come back, just in light of the time you said to prepare this?
I don't think we can give a time. Ms. Del Warria has indicated it could take several months, and so this can't really be dealt with until such time as the reference plan is available and put back before council.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay. Any other questions with respect to that? If not, all those in favor of the motion to postpone pending a revised a reference plan? Okay. That is carried. You guys voted faster than I could speak. Okay. That takes us then to PDS 30 for 2024, which is the proposed plan of subdivision at 576 Ridge Road North. And Councillor Noyes, you have the resolution for that.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Dubanow that council approves the amendment to the town's consolidated 2021 official plan as detailed in report PDS 30-2024 for the lands known as 576 Ridge Road North, and further, the council approves the amendment to the town's zoning bylaw 129-90 as detailed in report number PDS 30-2024 for the lands known as 576 Ridge Road North, and further, that council directs the holding provision not be removed until an updated environmental impact study is prepared and submitted that conforms the woodlot does not contain the habitat of an endangered species, in brackets red-headed woodpecker, to the satisfaction of the town, and further, that council directs staff to submit the necessary official plan and zoning bylaw amendments, bylaws, and further, council approves the draft plan of subdivision dated March 7, 2024, showing 49 lots for single detached dwellings, 1 block for multi-unit development, 1 block for stormwater management facility, 1 block for combined multi-use path and access to stormwater management facilities, 3 blocks for multi-use paths, and 1 block for road widening and a new public street, as illustrated in Appendix 2 of Report Number PDS-3024. 2024, in accordance with the provision of the Planning Act, RSO 1990, CP 13, and the regulations thereunder, subject to conditions contained in Appendix 3 of the report PDS-30-2024, and further, the council directs staff to circulate the conditions of draft plan approval in Appendix 3 of the report PDS-30-2024 to the applicable agencies in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act.
That report's on the floor for questions or comments. Councillor Noyes?
Yes, I'm not, I'm going to be supporting this part of it. I'm just kind of want to comment that it's unfortunate we don't know what's going to happen with the rest of the site. I mean, here again, we're looking at increase. I don't know, I can't remember off the top of my head the exact number that we're approving tonight, but we also have another thing coming, official plan zoning request and amendment just down the street from this, and we have Royal Ridge coming, that's already been approved, and Stefan is coming down. I mean, I would like to know, and we also have Birdie Street, Birdie School site, and we have such a lot of development in such a small area. I think we're up to almost 300 without this development. And we still don't know what's happening with the school. And that's 300 without, I think it's without the 436 Ridge Road. So my concern is that, okay, we're going to approve this, it looks like it's a plan, but it would be nice to know what they're going to do with the actual, the rest of the property, and whether it's going to be an apartment building, or whether we're going to look at more townhouses or whatever.
So, Ms. Delwaria, can you comment on that? I mean, we've got an official plan and a zoning bylaw amendment, and a partial development of this property, but we don't really know what's actually coming down the road in terms of Block 50. We assume that there will be an apartment building someplace where the school is, but we've got really nothing clearer about that. And so we're being asked to approve OP and zoning amendments without really knowing what's in store.
Yes, Your Worship, through you to the councillor, the plan shows that the portion which is highlighted light yellow or dark yellow on the report page number 8, that area would be designated as medium density, so it would be either used for townhouse development or an apartment building. At this time, staff had received a plan, but we were not satisfied with the proposal that was brought forward. So we wanted that proposal to be sent back to the applicant so they can revise the plan to address the concerns the staff had. But we would be bringing forward that plan, that application pretty soon to the council, because it's my understanding that the developer is working on updating that plan. It should be brought forward, but at this time, only thing that I can confirm is it would be a medium density designation. At this time, I do not know whether it would be townhouses or a low-rise apartment building.
Councillor Noyes.
Can we encourage an apartment building? And again, this is so much development in that short period of time from where Birdie School is to, I think, to let's say to Dominion. You have, if it's even Dominion, 398 units that are planned without this one, not including this one, and not including the high school. So that's a lot of development in a very small area of town.
Anything further, Councillor Noyes?
Nothing further.
Anyone else? So, Ms. Dewari, I did provide you with a page of questions, and I don't know how many of them you're going to be able to respond to right away. They're applicable not only to this particular development, but the other developments that are happening or being proposed in Ridgeway. But the first question I wanted to ask is, in terms of these applications for plans of subdivision, who has rights of appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal?
The current application that we are looking at, it would be the residents can appeal it and the owner of the property can appeal it. And if council the owner and the residents.
And that applies to the development at 436 to 440 Ridge Road as well?
That's correct.
Okay. So in terms of what Councillor Noyes just raised, do we have some indication of how many housing units were contemplated in the context, not necessarily of the secondary plan, which was 2013, but when we were providing information to the region, or the region was providing information to us with respect to allocation of population and numbers of units? So I know that when we did the Crystal Beach secondary plan recently, there were a number of housing units anticipated because there was a population allocated to that part of town. Has that been done for Ridgeway?
Not, Your Worship. So that hasn't been done. It's based on the secondary plan that envisioned that will be 610 housing units. But whenever we receive a new application, we provide that information to the region. So, and also to the school board. So they are aware of the new developments coming in. They are aware of the servicing demands that we would have. So we are trying to keep region and the school board updated on every application that we receive.
So 610 units within the Ridgeway secondary plan area?
That's correct, but I would like to mention that plan was done in 2014. Since then, there have been a lot of changes to the provincial legislation. There have been bills that have been passed by the province that would require more intensification, more density. And since then, the regional official plan has also been updated, which also requires for more infill development. So based on the time frame, if the secondary plan was done now, I would anticipate the numbers would be much higher.
So if the Ridgeway secondary plan was being done now, we would also have the change in landscape that occurred around 2015, which was the closure of Purdy Elementary School and the high school. Two pieces of land which in the secondary plan are shown as institutional because there were schools located there. And they weren't part of any developable land, nor would they have been considered as part of the potential inventory for housing, correct?
That's correct, but based on the new applications that we are receiving, the school boards are aware that there is a higher need for schools in Fort Erie because of the growing population. And so writing is clear, so they could take the lead on that and maybe instigate opening of new school in Fort Erie. But yes, you are correct. At that time, it wasn't envisioned that these schools would be closed and they would be used for development purposes.
Well, yeah, I think my point was just that when the staff and council were adopting the secondary plan and determining where development could take place and the level of development, those two large parcels of land were not considered. So that one of the issues raised by residents with respect to another parcel is, where would medium density have been located? Where would high density have been suggested? What about low density? So this development here provides for some low density. That's the part that we're going to be asked to approve tonight. And then it provides for some medium density, all of which is new to the secondary plan because this was a school. Why wouldn't part of this be designated for high density?
Your worship, there is no high-density designation in our official plan, and I would like to emphasize that this is not intensification. All the three proposals that council would be discussing today, whether that was Hazel, Ridge Road 576 Ridge, and the other application which we would be discussing shortly, all these applications are infill. They are not intensification because all of them are meeting the density target which are outlined in our secondary plan. And as far as the intensification is concerned, for 576 Ridge, we have circulated this application to the region and they have confirmed that yes, there are some concerns with Nye Road, but that is not something that would, only reason that they have said that we cannot allocate, we cannot give you guarantee on that, and this is a typical thing the region would say, because they don't want to, whatever the servicing capacity would be at the Nye Road pumping station, they don't want to just allocate that to this development. It will be based on first come, first service, and so it's not a constraint from town's perspective, but it would hopefully trigger the applicant to move forward. But I just wanted to emphasize that these are not intensification issues that we are dealing with. We are just dealing with infill developments.
So that may be crystal clear to you, and it may be crystal clear to some people who have some understanding of planning. I don't know that that's crystal clear to the average person. With respect to this particular application, we've got the interesting situation where there's a study that needs to be completed relative to potential red-headed woodpecker habitat. And if the study establishes that there in fact is habitat in that wooded area that is on the south portion of this property and on the property next door, that means that this plan of subdivision that we'd be approving this evening is going to have to be revised because there would be a number of lots that would be lost and the street would have to be moved further north. We've also got in the comments from staff some discussion about the Nye Road pumping station and how GM Blue Plan is going to be looking further at the flows, and although there's not a recommendation that there should be a hold put on this development because of the pumping station capacity is a concern. And the region may or may not be upgrading that Nye Road pumping station depending on what happens with the 2025 budget. So that's also another concern. Is this development approval premature?
Your worship, I do not think so. It's premature. Regarding your first question about the red-headed woodpecker, we are proposing a holding zone on it. Once that study is completed and we have received confirmation from the ministry that it's been taken care of, the holding provision would be removed. As far as the servicing capacity is concerned, yes, region has red flagged it. They have raised the concern, but like I had mentioned before, there is capacity and it's allocated based on who would be the first developer ones who would get the plan registered, and that capacity would be allocated to that development. So it's basically, in my opinion, it helps the development to move forward in a timely fashion as compared to the development just sitting there and nothing gets done.
Another concern that I had with respect to this relates to the sidewalk, and although there is a request that the developer design and build a sidewalk on the Prospect Point Road north frontage of this property, there's a qualification. Unless otherwise determined through detailed design that a sidewalk cannot be constructed. I can't imagine why a sidewalk couldn't be constructed on the frontage on Prospect Point Road. There are no impediments that I'm aware of, and I don't want, I'd be concerned, and I'm wondering what your views are on this, that we might not have a sidewalk on a road that we know is going to have increased traffic and is fairly narrow, and we have big concerns about walkability in our community and pedestrian safety. So should we be taking a more strident view with respect to the sidewalk and requiring it, pure and simple?
Your Your Worship, I had a discussion with staff about the requirement of sidewalk. Only reason staff has worded the condition in the way that it's been included is if determined through the detailed design. It's because we have swales on one side of the Prospect Road. And at this time, without the detailed design, we do not know whether we would have sufficient room to accommodate the sidewalk, and we are not improving Prospect Road to the urban cross-section. So once a detailed design is done and we would know that there is sufficient room, we would have sidewalk. But just in the situation when we are not able to accommodate the sidewalk, we would be taking cash in lieu. But it would be definitely staff preference to have the sidewalks done.
So, am I being unduly concerned about the fact that there may not be a sidewalk in this development? And A, if your answer to that is no, then my question is, should we even be approving this if there can't be a sidewalk?
So to answer your question, yes, council should not be concerned that there would not be a sidewalk, because staff will make every effort possible to get the sidewalk. Only situation that we will not get a sidewalk is when the detailed design will come back and they would say there is no room to provide a sidewalk. And that I don't know. I cannot speak to that at this point of time. And that's why we were trying to cover the situation and to ensure that the town is protected by having the condition worded in such a manner.
So I'm not really too concerned about the town being protected. I'm more concerned about the residents being protected. And this is a 20-meter wide road allowance, I believe, according to the report. So I can't imagine that there isn't adequate room there. I mean, if staff is familiar with this little stretch of Prospect Point Road, they would know that you can get a sidewalk in there without too much difficulty. And if it's difficult, I'm not really concerned about that. If it's difficult, I still think we need a sidewalk. And I'm sorry, I maybe should be giving up the chair to talk about this because I'm doing more direction. So is there any, Councillor McDermott, would you take over the chair? It's just, so because I want to comment on this. I don't think that we should be compromising with respect to that aspect of resident safety. And so I'd like to move that the condition require a sidewalk be installed on the Prospect Point frontage of the plan of subdivision that we're being asked to approve. I need a seconder for that. Well, that's on the floor now.
Okay. Any comments? Councillor Dubanow?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And through you to Ms. Del Oria, I understand where you were coming from with the concerns staff have with regard to the liability they face when they put together a report. And then there's also the reality of what we face here at council and the concerns that we have to raise. So if I think I can read between the lines here, and I'm comfortable supporting this amendment. But removing the absolute certainty versus near certainty or whatever else, just if you can clarify for me, 99 times out of 100 or 90 times out of 100, there will be a sidewalk here. Is that your opinion, Ms. Del Oria?
Mr. Oria?
Yes, Your Worship. Yes, to the councillor, yes.
Okay. And now I'm satisfied. Thank you very much.
Anybody else? All in favor of that amendment?
It's the amendment.
Going for the vote?
Yeah. Carry.
So I still have the chair.
Yes, go
I
ahead.
mean, I still have the floor. So with respect to the stormwater management pond, that is, I believe, up in there's a block. Is that the green on figure 1? Is that the green designated area?
That is, Your Worship, that's block 51, and that's the green block, yes.
And that will be open space. The report indicates that we should be accepting money in lieu of parkland. why wouldn't we, and the report does indicate that we expect that the stormwater management pond will be an amenity, why wouldn't we insist on having some land to attach to that to make at least a decent park?
Ms. Delroya?
Stormwater management pond is usually not taken as a parkland dedication feature, but we would ensure that it's a recreational feature. To answer your question, why we cannot get more land to have a park, because there are parks nearby, and then again, we would, from town's staff perspective, it wasn't an option to have a park there, because that would reduce, first of all, the usability of the site. We have facilities nearby which would be used as a recreational features. The stormwater management pond would also have a recreational trail around it. So in staff's opinion, it was beneficial to have, to collect cash in lieu for parkland dedication and use that money somewhere else where we would need a park.
Well, in view of the amount of development that's going to take place, I believe the closest park that was identified was the one over on Beaver Creek, other side of Gorham Road. I believe that's the closest park, other than Shagbark Trail.
That's correct, yeah.
So there's no active park closer than the other side of Gorham Road. And we're going to have a fair bit of development in this area here. So I know that we don't, for the stormwater management pond, we don't accept that as parkland dedication. I get that. My question is, why couldn't we add parkland to that stormwater management pond area and then have at least the potential for a park, more than just a walkway around a stormwater management pond?
We had not explored that option with the developer because the Beaver Creek Park is only 650 meters away from this development. We have Shagbark as well. So if council decides to get more land for parkland dedication on site, that plan would have to be revised and the application would have to be deferred today, because that would require changes to the subdivision plan.
Well, okay, so maybe the other way around this is when we eventually hear from a developer with respect to the medium-density residential block 50, and where the high school is currently, those are going to be two more opportunities for us to get parkland dedication?
No, Your Worship, because we are developing this. This is a subdivision application in front of us. As part of the subdivision application, we would be taking the parkland dedication, not based on each individual parcel.
Okay, so then if we're going to ask for parkland dedication, we have to do it tonight.
That's right.
And similarly, if we're going to, there's a discussion about improvement of Ridge Road. And for some reason, excuse me, staff has concluded that we can't enter into some type of front-end loading agreement with respect to the improvement of Ridge Road. And why is that again?
Is it a condition? Can you let me know where that condition is?
So that would be, let me just see. It's got to be down around, well, it wouldn't be a condition because it's not part of it, so it must be in the report, and or it may be in the comments from staff regarding the roads. Yeah, so this would be comments from Mr. Johnson, which is in Appendix 4, and it's page 2 of Appendix 4. Although Ridge Road North has been previously identified for urbanization in the town's development charge background study, blah, blah, it has not been projected nor budgeted until 2038 to 2041. So I guess maybe that was part of what my concern was. I mean, this is 2024, I believe. And with the amount of development we're talking about, that seems
Your
to
Worship?
me, seems to me that,
Worship?
Sorry.
I need everybody in the audience to keep it down. I have to be able to hear what's going on here. And so, hope you respect.
Yeah, so I believe that's the essence of the fact that we couldn't be entering into any type of front-end loading agreement with respect to the improvement of Ridge Road along the frontage, the Ridge Road frontage of 576 Ridge Road, because we don't even have a development charges plan with respect to this until 2038, 2041. And I believe if we don't have it in the development charges study for work until 2038, we can't collect development charges now for that type of work. So maybe the CAO can comment on that. I guess in view of what was coming down the pike, I wonder whether it's realistic to think that we can wait until then to improve Ridge Road.
Mr. McQueen?
Through the mayor to council, the question regarding whether it's in the development charge study would require us to go back and look through that 10-year schedule to see if it was included. I don't know off the top of my head. It's quite an extensive report, so we would have to follow back and get that information back to you.
Yeah, so it is, and I know Mr. Jansen's not here, and he might have the clearest understanding of the development charges study, but even if it's not in the immediate forecast, can we not enter into an agreement for an improvement of a road if we need to?
It's my understanding we'll have to have that discussion with the developer whether he is agreeable to front end the cost of reconstructing Ridge Road. That requires a discussion that staff needs to have with the developer.
Your worship?
Yep. There was condition 11 of the conditions of draft approval deals with trees. And okay, so that talks about the number of trees that would be replaced. And that includes Ridge Road North. But condition 15 talks about boundary trees. And I'm presuming boundary trees means the boundary of this parcel of land and adjacent properties. And would that include municipal trees? Would they be boundary trees?
Yes, Your Worship, there would be boundary trees, yes.
So, condition 15 talks about where a boundary tree is proposed for removal. The owner agrees to submit a letter of confirmation signed by the owner and the adjacent landowner. Is there a circumstance where we're going to approve removal of a boundary tree in view of the fact that we've just passed a tree cutting bylaw to try to protect as much of our tree canopy as possible?
Mr. Warrior?
I would have to, each case would be different and we'll have to assess the health of that tree, the size of that tree, and then we would have to review, we have seen an environmental planner on board and she would be able to review it before we would make a decision whether that tree needs to be removed or not.
All right, and just for the record, I don't think we should be removing it unless it is dead, if it's on or partially on municipal property. There's going to be a street A that's going to be named, and my suggestion is that we follow up recent recommendation from our Heritage Committee that we try to adhere more strictly to naming these streets with some view to the history of the community, people who have been prominent, that type of thing. And then condition 57 deals with regional waste collection, and you may have some insight into this. These are all single-family units, and yet this calls for some waste collection pads for, I guess, property owners to take their waste to those pads, units 15 to 24, 35, and 36. Do you have any insights into that?
Mr. Loria?
Okay, and then finally, Chair, how do we ensure that whatever goes on Block 50 is going to be something that the community needs, that we believe the community needs, as opposed to what the developer is telling us he wants? How do we do that?
Mr. Loria?
Your Worship, I think staff has a very clear understanding what the council's vision is, and we would try to, and we have been working with the developer for some time, and that is the reason we have not brought forward a proposal that we know that it's not what the residents of the community want, and that's not what council wants. So that's the reason that there has been a delay. Staff has very good understanding of the council's vision, like I said, and what the residents want, and we try to work on that.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair.
Councillor Noyes?
Thank you, Councillor McDermott. I'm just one question is the Beaver Creek Park that Mr. Dwyer was referring to. I'm not familiar with that particular park. Are there any active features in that park?
Mr. Loria?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that park either. If there's a playground included, or it's more nature.
There is a playground, but it's a small park.
Yeah.
Small park, okay. I agree tentatively with the mayor in regards to the need for a park in this area, particularly on Ridge Road North somewhere, because of all the development. And I just another comment in regards to the question of intensification. And I know that our director Vic is saying it's not intensification, it's within the medium density. Yeah, but medium density is between 25 and 75. It seems that everything that we have coming forward is 75, or pretty close to 75. It's usually when we provide a range, our expectation is that there'll be some on the low end, some around in the 20s and the 30s, and some in the 40s and some in the 50s, but not almost all of them in the 75 thing. So I still see this as intensification, even though they perhaps meet the definition of medium density. And I just wanted to clarify too, when I said the 398, I think it's 398 buildings, I'm just talking Ridge Road. I'm not talking the high school, I'm not talking this development, I'm not talking Repstock, I'm not talking Ridgeway Road, I'm just talking on that stretch of Ridge Road North and 18 block townhouses on Ridge Road South. I'm not talking about the rest of Ridgeway and the rest of Ridgeway Thunder Bay. I'm just talking that small little area and all the development we're looking at. And I think we really have to kind of think about this and what all those developments, all those units, if there's 2 people in each unit and there's, let's say, 2 children per unit or whatever for some of them, I just don't think we're seeing the whole picture here, or we're planning for the whole picture. Thank you.
Councillor Flagg?
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I'm just want some clarification on the holding provision that the red-headed woodpecker holding provision. Is that just on the, I guess that would be the most southerly 8 or 9 lots in this, or is that on the entire project?
Mr. Loria?
maybe I'll continue for 1 sec then. Is this because there are adjacent trees, or are there trees on these properties that will have to be removed that could be home to the birds?
Mr. Roya?
That's because of the trees on the adjacent property, and this portion of the property also has some trees. And this whole area is being studied for the red-headed woodpecker, because at this time, we do not know where the habitat is, and if, this is a worst-case situation, if the habitat is on the property to the south, then this whole area, because then you would require a bigger buffer area, and all these lots would be impacted. So this is just a safeguard provision.
And we're thinking that if they build the homes across the road, the birds are stuck around to watch? That doesn't seem very logical to me. I think, if we're trying to protect an area, we need to have a fairly large buffer, and 50 feet doesn't seem a great deal to me.
Yes, so this is the requirement from the province, that the 30-meter buffer is required, and depending upon the habitat, which is, at this point, we don't know where the habitat would be, but this is the information we receive from NPCA and region. This is the worst-case situation. And it may go a little bit into the road as well, but this is what it would be.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Dubanow?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering if perhaps Ms. Del Oria may have some further comments on the whole intensification versus infill, especially respect to density, because I do believe we have something on the agenda tonight which is not 75, it's actually much lower, it's closer to the 25 mark. So I'm just wondering if Ms. Del Oria might like to further clarify that.
Mr. Roya?
Mr. Chair, through to the councillor. So intensification in planning terms would be when we are increasing the density which is outlined in our official plan. In this situation, the proposal that we have in front of us talks about, we are only looking at the single family, which is the low density, and the range for the low density is up to, I believe, 20 units per, or maybe a little bit more than that. This proposal only is providing a density of 19.65 units per hectare. At this time, we are not even looking at block 51, which is the medium density block. We would be designating that, but however, we do not know how many units are going to be coming in. So at this time, we do not have the density number for that medium density block. And again, about the intensification, I would like to mention that all these, one proposal that we viewed previously about Hazel, and the proposal that's in front of council comply with the density requirement outlined in our secondary plan. Whether it's at 75 units per hectare or it's at the lower end, it's still within that range.
And if I may follow up, Mr. Chair, so by proceeding with an official plan amendment to apply the medium density designation to this this parcel within the plan, we're essentially ensuring that this falls within the 25 to 75 units a hectare. It's not going to be 150 or 200 or anything. We're approving this now for 75, and this is what is going to come forward. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Your worship?
Yeah, sorry, I just had a couple of other questions. Do we know what part of the high school would need to be demolished in order to permit the first phase of residences to be developed?
Mr. Chair, through you to His Worship, we do not know at this time. We are working for the applicant to confirm on the heritage impact study. Once we get that confirmation, we would have a better understanding.
And what is the actual size then of the parcel that we're dealing with tonight that we're approving? Because I understand we're not dealing with the site where the high school is situated.
Could you repeat your question?
What is the area, what is the total area of the site that we're dealing with tonight?
I would just mention that to you. So there is a land use schedule on the Appendix 3, so I would have to, it's about 2 hectares for the single-family residential lots, Then the multiple family residential lot, which is block 50, is about 2.07. So the total area is about 5 hectares, which is excluding the high school site.
And so 5 hectares is about 11 acres?
I'd have to convert that.
And 5% of that would be half an acre?
0.05. Yeah.
So, I just briefly gave the CAO the heads up that I'm thinking of moving, that we should contemplate taking parkland as opposed to parkland dedication. And so I don't know whether it will carry or not, but I'll feel a lot better if I move that condition 4 of the draft conditions provide that the developer dedicate to the town 5% of the site for parkland. Location to be determined by staff and the developer. And Chair, on that, I'm thinking that that can be done out of Block 50. I know that they're still working on that. There's been so many revisions to Block 50. Who knows what it'll end up with, but I'm going to move that. I don't know whether I'll get a seconder or not, but I feel a lot better knowing that there's a park in this area as part of the site plan.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And through you, I'm just wondering if maybe, I understand where the mayor is going, and I actually agree with the need. I'm wondering, with respect to the Parks and Open Space Master Plan that we're working on right now, perhaps if Ms. Delwaria had a comment, if we had any other areas within that general area that had been envisioned as part of a larger active park for the neighborhood, if there is any sites identified, just for some clarification, because the last thing I would want to do is kind of, when we could take some money to use towards purchasing land or something like that. I'm just trying to get a full sense of how this would work in the context of the studies that we have going on right now. And as much as this might be a good idea, are we putting the cart before the horse on this when we don't even have a park site identified in that area? I'm just curious about your thoughts, and please, Ms. Delwaria, be honest, because I'm seeking your, yes, always. I'm seeking your professional advice to make a decision, because I'm genuinely not sure how I feel about this. So, Ms. Delwaria. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Direct. Forgot to switch on my mic. So when we were doing Royal Ridge Phase 1 or Phase 2, which is across the street, as part of that development, we had said that we would be getting a park, and that is shown on their plan. So in future, there would be a plan, there would be a park which would be in close vicinity with this development. In my professional opinion, I don't think so. It's because we have a park which council has already approved. Yes, it has not been constructed yet, but Royal Ridge Phase 1, it's in the phase of being constructed, and it would be done pretty in near future. So once that park is in place, it would be used by all the residents in the neighborhood. So in my opinion, I don't think we need another park, but that's council's decision.
Yeah, and thank you very much, Ms. Delwaria, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering then because I understand the intent, and I think if we're getting into medium density development, I think we need to, I understand where the mayor is going with this. I'm wondering if there might be a happy medium between the two. Rather than take 5%, maybe we look at a parkland dedication of a smaller number to fit in this site, knowing that pretty close to being across the street on the west side of Ridge Road, we may have a more substantial park, and we may have an opportunity to use that dedication towards that. I'm just trying to think of the vision of the neighborhood and how it all fits together, and I don't want to back us into a corner. So that's where I'm going with that.
Mr. Auria?
I do not know what that happy medium would be at this point. Yes, and also we have to keep in view that when we are constructing new parks, there is a cost associated with it. It's not just the cost of developing a park and constructing new equipment, it's the cost of maintaining a park in future as well. And it's my understanding when we were having a review of the parks, etc., parks and open space, when we were having that open house meeting, the residents had said that they don't need a lot of parks, but they need good equipment in those parks. They need more connectivity in the parks. So I don't think the residents' concerns were there were less number of parks in the area. It was the park should be better equipped, they should be more connected. So that's my understanding.
Yeah, so I don't disagree with the concerns that Councillor Dubanow has raised, but it seems to me that this has a greater potential. There's going to be a stormwater management pond. It's going to have a walkway around it. It's going to have it's going to have walkways to it to facilitate pedestrians going there. It may be that the park down in the hill over by Royal Oak might get developed, or it may be that this is a better location for a park, and maybe more people would be able to get to it easier. So I don't want to hamstring staff on this on the one hand. On the other hand, if the condition says we take 5% cash in lieu of parkland, there's no way to get the park. If we say parkland dedication, that still provides staff with the ability to discuss this issue with the developer, find out where we are in terms of a park down below Royal Ridge, and then maybe come back to us and tell us, okay, here are your options. The master plan could look at this as well. I don't know when the park to the south of Royal Ridge is going to get built, if ever. I don't know offhand. I don't recall how big it is. And I do know that we had contemplated there would be some high-rise apartment buildings in that area, and I don't know if that's going to happen either. So if we can get an apartment building where the high school is now, if we can get some greater density on the balance of Block 50, I think this is where a park should go. So without wanting to cut off the opportunity for a better park there, I think we have to go with parkland and make it known, and I'm saying this publicly, that if staff thinks that they can work something better, then I think we do that. I don't want to create parks where we don't need them on the one hand. On the other hand, you know, there's a lot of development that's taking place in this area, and I think we need the parkland. So that's my pitch, Chair. I'm done, Chair. I'm done. Like a dinner.
Okay, so everybody's got all their questions out of the way. Haven't had that many. Thank you. All in favor?
As amended?
As amended? Carried. Back to you with this.
Thank you very much, Councillor McDermott. It is 9:13. We've been doing this for 3¼ hours. So we're going to take a break, and then when we come back, we are going to go to the featured event. PDS 31. Okay, so we'll be back in 10 minutes. That'll be 9:24. Call this meeting back to order, and the next item on the agenda is PDS 31, 2024, and Councillor Flagg, you have the resolution for that.
I do, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Dubanow, that Council approves the amendment to the town's consolidated 2021 official plan as detailed in report PDS 31, 2024 for the lands known as 436-440 Ridge Road North, and further that Council approves the amendment to the town's zoning bylaw 129-90 as detailed in report PDS 31, 2024 for the lands known as 436-440 Ridge Road North, and further that Council directs that the holding provision not be removed until the potential species at risk habitat on the subject lands is assessed and addressed to the satisfaction of town staff and the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks, and further that Council directs staff to prepare the necessary bylaws.
The report's on the floor then for questions or comments. Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. The first, I have several questions. The first one is about the removal of trees. I understand from the report there's going to be 77 trees to remove without the polygon, and with the polygon there's going to be 123 trees removed to accommodate the proposed development. Some of these trees are on the boundaries, and some of these trees are on the boundary of the town. I'm just wondering if Mr. DeWallier will can tell me how many of those boundary trees that have to be removed. I think there's 8 altogether. How many of those 8 actually are partially on town property?
Ms. Delwaria, would you know that?
Yes, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. I believe there would be about 4 or 5 trees that would be along the boundary that would needs to be removed, which basically at the boundary between the town property and the apartment block. About approximately 4 or 5, but remaining ones, they're planning to preserve most of those trees, but few would need to be removed, and those are boundary trees.
And I can appreciate that.
Yep.
Again, I'm just recalling that in an earlier discussion today, and looking at our tree bylaw, et cetera, is that if the boundary tree neighbor or whatever says you can't remove the tree, you can't remove the tree. So I understand, Mayor Redekop, you said earlier that you don't want any trees on town property removed. So I'm just hoping that you'll stick to that, because that would mean that 4 or 5 of the trees that supposedly have to be removed will not be removed. The other thing, too, is that I didn't hear a lot again, I was not here on the 22nd, to be perfectly honest. I was gone on vacation and had a good time. But anyway, I didn't hear a lot about contamination on this site. And I understand there is contamination, and I understand they have done an environmental assessment, stage 2, and I understand most of it is borders on the south side, borders onto the Public Works property, which means, and the recommendation there is that there's going to have to be a lot of excavation of the soil, et cetera, and then testing again to make sure that all the contaminated material has been properly removed. So I don't know if anybody's tested how far it goes into the property of this development. I know that the town is in the stage 1 of our Public Works yard for contamination, and trying to see the extent of it and what we would have to do. And we've just started, I think, the stage 2. We're in the process of stage 2. We don't have the results of it yet. So I'm just wondering, do we have any idea from this report? It's 157 pages long. I did not read 157 pages of a lot of numbers and letters because I didn't probably understand some of it. But do we know, or do they know, how far the contamination? I know it's on the south border, borders onto our Public Works. How far it goes into the development? Do we have any idea? Like, is it 1 foot, 10 feet, 3 meters?
Ms. Delwaria?
Yes, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. The site the developer owns is not contaminated. I've confirmed that there is no contamination on site. The ESA ESA phase 2 has been done. Record of site condition has been filed with the ministry. There is no contamination on the applicant's, the owner's site. And in fact, they had even used the money that town had provided as part of the CIP to clean up that site. so I can confirm that there is no contamination on site.
Okay, so if you could go to page, maybe I'm reading it wrong, page II, under the Halex Environmental Limited report. I'm just reading findings and conclusions. It says the Phase 2 environmental site assessment reveals soil exceedance to, again, I don't know what all these letters mean, MECP 2011 table, 6 for residential land use and shallow soil, da-da-da-da-da. It's that the impacted soil appears to be present along the southern boundary of the site. Based on preliminary calculations, the estimated volume of contaminated soil material in the southern area of the site is 70.1 meters squared, or 140 MT. And then the recommendation is excavation of off-site disposal of contaminated material to the MECP licensed landfill. So if there's no contamination, why do they have to excavate? And why do they have to then test? Following excavation, verification, sampling, and analysis of the excavated floors and walls must be completed to ensure all contaminated material has been properly removed. Am I reading something wrong here or misunderstanding it?
Ms. DeLario?
To you, to the councillor, like I had mentioned, there is contamination on the site which is owned by the town, and that's where maybe some digging needs to be done, but I have confirmed with the applicant. And like I said, the record of site condition has already been filed with the ministry, and that would not be done till the time the site has been cleared.
Okay, and I'm not trying to be argumentative here. I'm just reading their report and their conclusions. So when they said on site, I'm assuming they're assessing their own site, not the town's site, because we're doing our own assessment. But anyway, I'm sure we'll get more information on that at another time. There's also a comment about the retaining wall. That there's going to be a retaining wall at the end of the parking lot. Do we have any information on what the retaining wall is going to be, like the height, the width? Okay, when you go to the site and you walk from Prospect Road down to the middle of this development, there's quite a decline, like you're walking downhill. I mean, it's not like this, but it's definitely like this. So do we have any information on what the retaining wall is? And if we do, that'd be great. And on top of that, most of the retaining walls I know are usually higher than, they're retaining the height that they need to build up, I'm assuming. And so then from the retaining wall to the neighboring property, that is the tree protection zone. So how are they going to manage the drainage? We have 10 feet. How are they going to manage the drainage between the retaining wall and the 10 meters where they're going to plant all these trees? Or this is tree protection zone where they're not going to plant the trees, they're going to protect. How's that all going to work?
Your worship, through you to the councillor. So the applicant has submitted an arborist report that talks about all the trees which are along the east property line, how those would be protected. It mentions about there would be some excavation that would be required. Then there is a special process that needs to be followed to ensure those trees would be protected. And even based on the town's tree bylaw, the size of the biggest size of the tree, what it needs as a tree protection zone, this landscaping buffer would accommodate that. But there may be some situation, and there would be some situation where some kind of root pruning would be required in order to preserve those trees, but they are going to follow a special process which is outlined in the tree report prepared by a professional arborist that would confirm that these trees would be protected. And in order to safeguard the interest of the town and in order to ensure that these trees are protected, this application would have to go through a site plan process. And we can ensure as part of the site plan process, and we can include the condition in there that these trees would be protected. And in case they get damaged, then we can ask the applicant we can put them a fine of some kind of a financial liability. But that, I don't want to even go in there because I know that we have a report from the professional who confirms that this would be protected, these trees would be protected, and that report has been reviewed by our senior environmental planner, and she did not have any concerns with that report.
If I can continue?
You may.
Okay, so this is the report I think you're referring to, the Jackson Agricultural Incorporated report? Tree inventory and preservation plan report?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so on page 6 of the report, it said, while reasonable efforts have been made to ensure the trees recommended for retention are healthy, no guarantees are offered or implied that these trees or any parts of them will remain standing. That's in their conclusion. They are not immune to changes in site conditions or seasonal variations in the weather conditions, including severe storms with high speed winds. I guess we can't control that. But again, they're saying, yes, we're hoping that if you do A, B, and C, and you put up this 10-meter whatever, and you don't disturb the roots, and if you have to disturb the roots, you use this special air blowing or whatever, and you have an arborist trim the roots or do whatever they need to do, there's still no guarantee that these trees are going to survive. And there never is a guarantee. I don't expect there to be, but I mean, to say everything's going to be fine, we don't know that until this is done. And if there's going to be a retaining wall 10 meters over, I don't know how they're going to put that retainer wall in, because that's the retainer wall is 10 meters from the property line, right? Like that's where the retainer wall is going. So to put in a retainer wall, I would imagine you have to kind of be on both sides of the retainer wall, which means you're going to have to be within that 3-meter tree protection zone. So I don't know how this is going to work. I really don't. I think we're going to lose some really good trees, and I think you and I talked earlier, and you said, well, that'll be and I know we thought we talked it through too, is that it may be a civil matter, so that if the residents on Prospect Road lose their trees because of, with all best intentions, people try to do what they're going to do, but it doesn't work, that it would be a civil matter for the residents to take the developer, I guess, to court to get some, I guess, dollars or whatever, to compensate them for their loss of their trees. But I would suggest that we actually put in that if any of these trees die, that the residents who have lost their tree get fully compensated, and we set the amount to whatever we feel is fair. And I'm not talking $250 per tree. But I still don't have any information on the retaining wall, the height of it, the drainage. Don't have any of that information yet. I can't find it in the report, but that's okay. It may be there and I may have missed it. And the other thought I had is that once we rezone this to what they're asking for, now they're telling us they're going to do 4 stories, right? And we're taking them for their word, and that's fine. Let's say they win $1 million and move to Hawaii and say, we don't want to develop this property anymore, so we're going to sell it to developer B. Developer B now sees the zoning, which now allows 9 stories apartment building. How can we prevent, if we rezone it to allow an apartment building up to 9 stories, even though this one's only going to be 4, how can we prevent somebody else who may purchase the property to build it up to the maximum of the rezoning? So there's like several questions there I'm still waiting answers for. Thank you.
Ms. Delwaria?
Yes, Your Worship, through you to the councillor, to answer your last question about how we can prevent the somebody coming along and rezoning the property to a higher height for an apartment building. I think in order to address that concern, the council should be imposing a condition, a sunset clause to the zoning amendment that would basically say they are giving X amount of years for the developer to start construction of this project. That way we would ensure that this project will go through and this apartment building of this height would be constructed, and that would prevent any future applications.
So just in response to that, if I can, Your Worship. So if developer A, and we have a site plan agreement, and we give him 3 years, and we give him 3 years to do it, and let's say 2 years into it, he decides, nope, I've changed my mind, I'm not going to do it. And he sells it to developer B. Now we've rezoned this, and the rezoning doesn't limit it to 4 stories, it's just that the site plan that this guy's doing is saying I'm only going to build it to 4 stories. Can the new owner, within the 3-year sunset clause, say, well, it's zoned, if I'm not mistaken, we're looking for a zoning that could go up to 9 meters, right? 9 stories. No, we're only,
Through you, Your Worship, to the councillor, no, the property would be zone site-specific. That would limit the height to 4 stories. And nobody else would be able, they cannot go higher than that.
okay, that's good. I didn't realize. I was hoping that they just couldn't take us out zone so we can go up higher. Again, I would like, repeating myself here, I would like more information on the contamination and also the town's liability in regards to the contamination if there is leaching into the surrounding properties, and also about the retaining wall. I know it's just mentioned, there's a retaining wall. Don't know anything about it, don't know how it's going to affect drainage, don't know the height of it or anything else.
Anything further? Anyone else? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Ms. Deloria had actually mentioned it a moment ago. There are actually 2 amendments that I would like to move on this report. The one is the sunset clause, and also to, well, we'll deal with that one first. I would actually like to move that the zoning will sunset after within 3 years if the building a permit and construction has not yet commenced. So that's my amendment, and I'm just wondering if someone is willing to second that.
Councillor Christensen. So Ms. Dewaria, it's 3 years from the date of the passage of the bylaw?
That would be correct, yes. From the 3 years.
And that would be, there'd have to be issuance of a building permit and the commencement of construction?
I would like to say that's an ambitious timeline because the applicant has to...
That's not what I asked.
No, yes.
I know you know it's not, I know you know it's ambitious. That's not what I asked.
3 years.
Okay. Okay, so that's on the floor. Any questions or comments? Councillor Noyes?
Just some clarification. I thought Councillor Dubanow's thing was 3 years following the issuance of a building permit.
No.
No? Okay.
If this is approved, the zoning lapses 3 years from the date of the passage of the bylaw unless a building permit has been issued and construction has commenced. Okay. Right. Anyone else? Okay, I'll call the question on that amendment. All those in favor? Okay, that's carried. Councillor Dubanow?
Yes, thank you, Worship. I'd also like to move an amendment that approval of site plan return to council. And I'm wondering if...
Seconder for that? Go ahead, Councillor Flagg.
And if I could just briefly speak to that, Your Worship. Regardless of what happens here, I'm doing these not, knowing where this is going to go, but I think it's pretty clear that there's a lot of concern about various aspects to the layout, parking, other aspects. I think I have a lot of confidence in our staff. They approve the site plans. There's a process they follow. I don't want to give the illusion that I'm taking that away from them. But when we have a development application of this magnitude, something we're not perhaps used to in this community, I think it is always a good idea, with us being the council, the buck stops with us, for us to have the final say, just to make sure all those T's are crossed and the I's are dotted. So that's why I've put this forward, and I hope council will agree.
Anyone else wish to speak to that? Pardon? I can't hear you.
On what,
The amendment,
on the amendment?
that
No.
that the council approved site plan.
No, that's fine.
Okay, all those in favor? Okay, that's carried. Councillor Dubanow?
And I have one question, and then I'll wait for others who want to speak before I go any further. But there were some concerns raised about the age of the secondary plan and when it was approved, which was back 2013, 2014, in that time range, roughly a decade ago, plus minus. Now, there has been considerable change since that was put into place. 2016, I call that the year the bomb went off, where all of a sudden the GTA discovered we existed. And I actually saw some data from Professor Moffat, who's a housing expert in Canada. He actually outlined the growth over the last year of the census divisions in Ontario. And it was actually shocking to see that the Niagara region is now growing faster than any of the regional or single-tier municipalities that constitute the Greater Toronto and Hamilton area. Basically, Brantford, Kitchener-Waterloo, Niagara, Simcoe County, and Grey County are growing like weeds right now. I understand we may not like that, but it is a reality that we are facing. And most of that growth is actually coming, you've got immigration coming into the GTA, and then people who live in the GTA are kind of moving further out to other areas. So that's where our growth is. And it's actually a lot of young people, kind of the 20 to 40 range, who are trying to escape high housing prices. So my question is, because there was a concern raised about the age of the secondary plan, if we look at current provincial policies, if we look at the Niagara Region official plan, and we look at all the change that has occurred in Ontario and Canada as a whole over the last 2 years on the issue of housing, of growth, of density, I'm just wondering if Ms. Delwaria perhaps can give some insight in her professional capacity. If we did the secondary plan in 2024, would the density, in her professional opinion for this property, still be 25 to 75 hectares, or would it potentially be higher?
If you can answer that.
Only thing that I would like to mention, yes, there have been a lot of changes to the legislation. There is a push from the province to get more houses built faster. The Niagara official plan is also promoting intensification. It would be highly likely that if we have a secondary plan done, there would be higher density for this site. But however, again, it's based on the residents' input, what they want to see on their site, what will be the vision of the community, what will be the direction from council. So that would be my answer to that.
And if I may respond, Your Worship, so just there is a potential that it could be a higher density on the site under the current provincial and regional framework.
Well, she qualified that by saying.
I know.
It would depend upon.
There's a lot of moving parts, and I get that, but I wanted to ask that question, and I appreciate the answer. I'm going to wait for others to speak, Your Worship, and I may have some comments later on.
Okay, well, let's
Thank
see
you.
if there's any others that wish to speak. Anyone else? I'll go back to you if there's no one else that wishes to speak. Councillor Flagg.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just going into a few of the staff comments with respect to the deficiencies or to the changes. And one indicates that, and it's the very first one, that the frontage, that it's an existing situation that the lot frontage is sufficient to provide 6 meters. An existing situation, but there's nothing there. So they bought a piece of property that doesn't have sufficient frontage for what they're trying to build. Is that, am I overreading that, or am I oversimplifying it?
Ms. Delwaria?
Yes, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. Yes, they bought a property which was undersized as far as the frontage is concerned from our zoning perspective. But that 21 meters of frontage is sufficient. Like, when we look at the frontage, we look at what would be the requirement for a two-way traffic, whether that will provide a safe access for this future development to go through. And based on staff analysis of this application, we think, yes, it's undersized from 30 meters to 21 meters, but still it's adequate to have a safe movement of traffic to this development.
Councillor Flagg?
Thank you, Your Worship. To follow up on the fire department's concerns with respect to snow removal, et cetera, has that been coordinated with the developer?
Ms. Delwaria?
Yes, Your Worship, to the councillor, yes, we have conveyed that to the developer, and fire department concerns have been communicated.
So is there anything that needs to be done tonight to ensure that if this passes, that is covered?
I don't think so, that needs to be done. Only thing that they need is 3 parking spaces to be removed on the north side. That's not a concern because they have surplus of parking, and that, those parking spaces would be removed as part of the site plan process.
Councillor Flagg?
Thank you, Your Worship. In the second response, it says that it will not significantly impact. I'm just wondering how much it will impact, and I guess maybe can you quantify significantly?
So just so we're clear, are you still on minimum lot frontage?
I
or have you
am.
moved to-
Minimum interior side yard indicates that the reduction will not significantly impact the adjacent property.
Ms. Dilwaria?
When we use the term significant, it means it would have an adverse impact on the abutting property, and it's not, and if it's significant, then we would not be supporting that. In this situation, the house which is along the north property line, the house is set back along Ridge Road. The back portion of the property is vacant, so that's why the staff is saying it's not going to have any significant impact on privacy and other impacts, like other aspects of the property, and that's a reason they are saying it's not going to have any significant impact. It still would have an impact, but not to the extent that it would have any, it would adversely impact that property.
Councillor Flagg?
Can you give me an idea of the overall height of the building? Is the original site plan had a rooftop terrace and so forth? Has that been completely removed in the new site plan, and we have a flat roof on this building now?
Ms. Dilwaria?
Your Worship, I would like Mr. Darrell Van der Veen to speak to that about the, if there is a rooftop terrace.
Sure. Good evening, Mr. Van der Veen.
Good evening. Through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Flagg, there is still a rooftop patio on the second story on the east side of the building. It is sort of encapsulated by the building, so the building itself is kind of C-shaped, and the patio would be inside the C-shape.
Councillor Flagg?
So it will not add additional height, is that correct?
That's correct.
And I think that's it. Thank you.
Anyone else before we go back to Councillor Noyes? Councillor Noyes?
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Actually, it's going on the same thing as Councillor Flagg was going on. He's asked some of the questions. I'm looking at all these requests, and I understand, and I think we mentioned it before, when the developer purchased this property, he could do A, B, and C on it. And so now he's applying to us he wants it rezoned, and not only does he want it rezoned, he wants variance to the rezoning that he just asked for. So even if we approve the zoning, even within the new zoning, he wants all these exceptions to the rules. So I have a problem with that. It seems that staff, if it's, again, it's 30 meters to 20, I'm not going to read the whole chart here, but it seems that staff supports almost every one of the recommendations for a variant. And it's almost all in support of the change as opposed to meets. So particular minimum landscaped area requirement is 50%, the proposed is 26.5. Again, townhouses in this development meet all the setback requirements of the RM1 zone. Regulations that have provided private amenity areas that exceed the minimum depth requirement. That there's sufficient amount of landscaping area available on the subject lands of the proposed. Well, then why is it from 50% to 26.5%? I mean, to me, I don't count balconies. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. but I don't necessarily count balconies. The other thing, like I said, it seems that everything that he's asking for, he wants to do a little less, and staff are supporting every single one of his requests. So I'm not quite sure. The only thing that he's doing more is even the easement is different. The other thing is, he's not going to 75, is he? He's going to 75 point something. So he didn't stop at 74, and he didn't stop at 75. He's actually going beyond the density. I know not much, maybe just one house or a half house or whatever. But he's not even stopping at that line in that red line in the sand. He's going over it, just a little bit, but he's going over it. Why couldn't he just back it up a little bit? I know he's taken off one.
Is that rhetorical, or did you want Ms. DeWar
No,
to speculate?
Like, I mean, it was 75, and it's 75, unless something's changed and I didn't grab it. I know he's taken one floor off. Does that then fall within 75 or under, or is he still over the 75?
Ms. DeWar?
So the density he's proposing is 75.4, and it doesn't translate to any unit. It's just a mathematical calculation. So that's the reason it's 75.4. And typically, we would round down, but yes, we wanted to lay the things very clearly to council that it is not 75, it's 75.4, but this is just a mathematical calculation. It would not translate to any unit.
Councillor Noyes?
So if he took off 1 or 2 units, it wouldn't be less?
Well, the calculation would, by definition, be less.
Exactly. I think that's my point.
Okay, so you made that point.
So
Any other points you wanted to make?
the other question I had, and I think I'm hoping that Your Worship, you can answer this. Do you feel that the town should approve the removal of 4 to 5 trees on the town boundary?
I've discussed with Ms. Dilwari my view that when we pass, you may sit down, Mr.
Oh, thank you.
Vanderveen. Sorry. When we pass a tree bylaw because we want to protect our tree canopy, and I think I spoke to this with respect to the previous proposal, seems to me that we should be trying to protect as many trees as we possibly can. That's
So-
on the tree issue.
Okay, so then if the developer does not get permission from the town to remove those trees, he can't remove those trees. Am I correct on that?
If they're, Ms. Dilwaria, that's correct, is it not?
Yes, that's correct. If he does not receive approval from town, he will not be able to remove those trees, and then he would have to redesign his site, that parking lot.
Good to know, and I'm going to repeat it one more time. I want to know more about the contamination and more about the retaining wall.
Anyone else? So, Ms. Dilwaria, you probably haven't done this calculation, and I didn't ask you to do the calculation, but if the various modifications to the zoning proposed were not granted, well, except with the minimum lot frontage, I understand that, but the minimum interior side yard, the landscaping, that type of thing, if those weren't approved, do you have any idea how many units could actually fit onto this parcel?
I do not know, because if they comply with the interior side, they would lose some parking spaces. So I do not know how much would those translate to.
But it would be fewer than what's being proposed.
Yes.
Anyone else have any other questions? If not, then I'm going to call the question. All those, beg pardon? If you want a recorded vote, it's a recorded vote. So,
May I speak then before we go to a recorded vote?
if you
Or are
want
we
to
already?
speak, we can speak. Anybody, yeah, before we go to a vote, yeah.
Okay. So I will, and I've been booed and hissed and everything at the seat before. It's not my first rodeo. So during the information report, I made a commitment to everyone in the crowd that there were 3 things I was looking for from this application. I was looking for it to be no more than 4 stories, which is consistent with the secondary plan. I was looking for it to meet parking requirements, and I was looking for it to ensure that it met the density requirements. The developer at the time met all of that and then some. They actually worked with us. We're going to have another application coming up tonight where I'm going to have some comments to the inverse. But this developer actually worked with us. They addressed the concerns that were raised. I understand that there are many residents who, are we at?
Can I have a motion to extend until?
We're going to be here till 11 anyway, so let's say 11.
Okay, 11, seconder, Councillor Christensen. All those in favor? Carried. Sorry to interrupt you, Councillor.
That's fine, and I'll try to speed it up with regard to time. I'm just trying to put a lot of thought into what I'm saying. So I understand that there's a lot of local opposition to this development. I also understand that we have a housing needs assessment that was done, can't recall if it was presented to council in 2019 and it was done in 2018, but I recall it very clearly stated that we have a need for apartment-style small units in this community. It's something we've been struggling to attract to this community. We had an application that came forward on Garrison Road. We all lamented about it being a lost opportunity, that we should have an apartment building there. I supported that because it was a built form that was a little unconventional, something we hadn't seen. It wasn't just another row of townhouses. But I'm still disappointed that we didn't do something better with that property. This is a need that affects the entire community. And I understand that there are residents in the local area, and they are entitled to their opinion, who are not happy with this application. But when I look at a development proposal or anything that comes before council, I look at it from the perspective of not what is necessarily what the loudest individuals may want, but what is backed by data and what the individuals who are not loud tell me. And there has been an overwhelming desire in this community for many years for these type of units. And I think it would be so unfortunate if, with all the comments we've had in the past about the need for apartments and the need for this type of housing to meet our core housing need, if council were to turn down an opportunity where we have that, where it's consistent with the secondary plan, where it is, it meets our core housing need and what we're trying to look for, that not only seniors may buy into, but that young families, so many coming from the GTA to escape high housing prices. Even though a condo for $500,000 may sound like a lot of money here, for someone my age, that's nothing with the way things are now. And that is a reality that stinks, and it's something we have to face, but it's something we have to adapt to and work to. And I would just hate to send a message and appear to be saying one thing, that we desperately need apartments in our community. We know that there's a need. We have the data to substantiate it and back it up. But then we have an application.
When I'm sitting up here and I can hear what's going on in the back, please let the councillors have their say, and please, so far everybody's been very courteous. Please continue. Councillor Dubanow.
Thank you, Your Worship. When we have been fighting for so long to get these types, and we've had applications come and go, we've had grand ideas, and for market reasons, they just never happened. We put a sunset clause into this so that the zoning is going to expire if it doesn't happen. The developer seems serious. We're serious here. I would just hate for us, with everything going on, and the housing cost pressures and that missing middle that everyone talks about, and everything that we've got going on, that we send mixed messages, that we say one thing and then we do another. So for me, this is more philosophical. This is more it's about my integrity and things that I have said in the past. And I said here that I would support this if it met these requirements, and I am a man of my word, and I'm going to support it. And I have said in the past that I wish I had more. I thought Garrison Road, we should have done more, and I'm a man of my word. This is an opportunity to do more, and I'm going to support it. And I hope that regardless of the vocal individuals who have expressed dissatisfaction with this development proposal, that they look at it in the grand need of our municipality. And they look at the services and the amenities that are offered in this area. And I don't want to go on too longer, Your Worship, because I know we have a short night, but I just want to impress that upon everyone, that if we turn this down, we're saying the complete opposite of what we have so said in the past. And I just hope Councillor Noyes wants a recorded vote. That is her right. But I hope every councillor, when they answer that question when it is called tonight, that they think of the need of our entire community and the data we have that substantiates the need for this type of building. Thank you very much, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Dubanow. Anyone else before we go to the recorded vote? Councillor Christensen.
Through you, Your Worship, I do have one question of Ms. Delwaria. The current, there are a number of questions, but it is very clear that the vast bulk of the site is zoned RM1, which permits townhouses. Can you tell me, Ms. Delwaria, what the site would look like if the developer had come and would have proposed something that would have, like the 3770 Hazel Street, come within the bylaw?
Your Worship, through you to the councillor, if the developer had not come in for a zoning amendment application, the zoning would allow them to construct townhouses. And based on the townhouses, they could go as close as 4.5 meters to the property line, which is the east property line. Because that's what is a requirement from the zoning perspective for a townhouse, to provide a rear yard setback of 4.5 meters. So they could have, then if that zoning would have continued, they could have been a two-story townhouse dwelling, just 4.5 meters from the property line.
Councillor Christensen.
Thank you. I haven't said anything thus far. I will tell you, my residents of Ward 4, that I have a number of other residents who would gladly move into an apartment building. There is also, as a councillor, the requirement to look at the overall vitality and sustainability of the community, whether that's commercial, whether it's looking for a variety of family types and household types. And as I think has been identified, that there is a need for apartments in this community. I am in a very difficult position because as the chair of the Planning and Development Committee, I have looked and I've made suggestions. I've made requests that were not accepted and that were that went through staff. And I will say that the vast majority of what I requested, but not all of it, including the height of the proposed development, was accepted. The setback is substantial on this, and that is something that, from a sightline perspective, I believe is beneficial to those of you who live on Prospect Point Road. I am also concerned about the, somebody called it suck and blow, we say one thing, we've talked about apartments, and then we turn around when there is one that is viable. So I just wanted to make that very clear. I am concerned about the overall viability of Ridgeway as a whole, and then within that, Greater Fort Erie. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Anyone else? Mr. Clerk, please start with the recorded vote.
To the report as amended, Councillor McDermott.
In favor?
Councillor Christensen.
In favor?
Councillor Flagg.
Opposed?
Councillor Dubanow.
Yes.
Councillor Noyes.
Opposed.
Mayor.
Yes.
That carries.
Okay, so that takes us then to the next item, which is PDS 32. And Councillor Dubanow, you have the resolution.
I do, Your Worship. Let me just gather my bearings.
Sure.
This is PDS 32, correct?
Yep.
Thank you. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Flagg that Council receives for information purposes report PDS 32 2024 regarding a proposed draft plan of vacant land condominium application for 3770 Hazel Street.
That report is on the floor for questions or comments. Councillor, I'm going to go with Councillor Dubanow and then Councillor Noyes.
So for all the same reasons that I had outlined before, I have quite a bit of concern. And I note that this is an information report. And perhaps maybe staff can clarify, are we just receiving this for information this evening and then a condominium agreement comes to us next? Or is it approval? Because it's not a recommendation, and this is a little different than what we're used to.
Ms. Duwaria?
Yes, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. This is an information report. The next step would be a recommendation report with the conditions. Yes.
Worship? So yeah, I'm going to support it because it's an information report, but I'm going to make clear the concerns I have, and I may react differently when it comes to a recommendation report. We do not need, and this has been made clear, and it is very evident that residents are already angry with what I had said earlier. The emails are already coming in. But we do not need more block townhomes in our community. I understand that this may meet the zoning requirement. I think the mayor raised an interesting point earlier during the applicant's presentation about the interpretation of apartment versus condo and where that falls. It's a concern I have as well, because I never envision this property to be another block of, 8 townhomes all squeezed together. I always envisioned it as part of a greater plan, maybe 2 low-rise buildings, 1 low-rise, mid-rise kind of building, some amenity space, some parking. It was always something I had visioned in my mind, and perhaps we didn't, perhaps we neglected to bake that in during, times prior. But I'm hoping that we have similar success. I know it has been a challenge, is my understanding, that the developer is insistent on this type of build form. But I'm hoping and I'm praying that we can get some dialogue and maybe we can really convince them that we have the data to back up what we need on these sites, and that we really need something a little more consistent with that. We need purpose-built rental buildings in this community, not more high-end townhomes. And especially this type of design where it's all facing in. It doesn't become part of the community. There's an amenity space inside. It's designed to be self-containing. One of the in my opinion, worst decisions that this municipality ever made, and it was a long time ago, is what they did with the Crystal Beach property and how it was allowed to be fenced off. We didn't even parcel off Erie Road to create, we just put a fence up. And I'm a municipal councillor, and I've never driven down one of those streets or ever been in there. And it's almost like a separate world and a separate area. And I don't want to see us have another one of them. And when I see all the houses pointing inward and a central amenity space and only 2 access routes, it kind of strikes me that we're getting kind of into what you see in the United States, those gated communities that have 1 or 2 entrances, a gate, and you go in. And I certainly hope that that is not their intent, because I would be dead set against, over my dead body, to see something like that in our community. So I think we need to go back and have dialogue. And Ms. Del Waria she has always impressed me on her ability to convince applicants of what we're trying to look for in this community and work with them. And when I say that, she has pulled rabbits out of hats that I did not think that developers were going to actually acquiesce to. And I'm hoping, after the developer hears from us tonight, the public meeting, and the planning department, that they convey that we can do something better for our community that meets needs, because this isn't it. And I'm growing really tired of this continual townhouse upon townhouse upon townhouse upon townhouse, where we don't have singles, we have semis, and we have singles, but townhouses are overwhelming things, and we're missing that absolutely necessary apartment component on the lands that we have set aside to do that on. So that's my comment. Thank you very much for giving me the time, Your Worship. It's something that needs to be said. I'm going to support this for information. We'll get to the meat and potatoes at the recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dubanow. Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. I think I agree with Councillor Dubanow in regards this would be a perfect place for an apartment building, plus a few townhouses perhaps, but definitely an apartment building. We do have 2 apartment buildings that we have approved in the last little bit. There's one on the North Ridge Drive. We've approved an apartment building, and not that long ago we approved an apartment building on Ridgeway Road. So there are 2 apartment buildings we have approved. This should have been the 3rd, and it's not, unfortunately, by the presenter of, I guess the planner didn't seem to be open to that suggestion at all. But hopefully we can do some enticement again with the provincial and the federal government, both giving subsidies and enticements and initiatives and everything to building apartment building and affordable housing. You would think that some of these developers may say, well, I can take advantage of this and I can still make a good buck off my investment. But again, it's unfortunate, and I agree with Councillor Dubanow that it's a perfect place for an apartment building. I'd even go farther than 4 stories.
Anyone else? Ms. Del Waria, do we have any mechanism to compel the construction of affordable housing units as part of a development proposal?
No, Your Worship, not at this time. We can give them incentives, and that's what staff has been trying to work with them, but we cannot force the developer to provide affordable housing.
And this is a process, this particular process with respect to the condominium application. It's not a process in which the public can participate, other than through communicating directly with their councillors.
That's correct.
And there's no right of appeal for residents if this were approved, correct?
That's correct, yes.
But if we were to turn this down, ultimately, the developer could appeal?
Yes.
That seems fair. Okay, I have no other questions. Anyone else? So have you received adequate comment from staff and from council in terms of what council's views are with respect to this?
Yes, Your Worship, and I would be speaking with the owner's agent tomorrow.
Again?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to call the question. Oh, this is an information report. Anybody that's here on this issue, just to be clear, this is a report where we receive information. There will ultimately be a recommendation report that will come before council that will indicate whether we agree with the developer's proposal or not. This is just for information purposes. All those in favor? Okay, that is carried. That takes us then to new business and inquiries. And the first item of new business, Councillor Noyes, you have with respect to Crossing Guard Appreciation Week.
Yes, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Dubanow. Council proclaims June 3rd to 7th, 2024 as School Crossing Guard Appreciation Week.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? That is carried. Next is with respect to the library, and Councillor Christensen, you have that.
Yes, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McDermott, that Council accepts the resignation of Maria Brigantino from the Fort Erie Public Library Board, and further that Council directs staff to proceed with filling the vacancy in accordance with the procedural bylaw.
All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. Next is a, Councillor Christensen, you have the next one.
Yes. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McDermott, the Council accepts the resignation of Anna Nunziata from the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee, and further that Council directs staff to proceed with filling the vacancy in accordance with the procedural bylaw.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. Other items of new business or inquiries, Councillor Noyes.
Yes, I'm wondering when there is a boundary tree that belongs to the town, who decides whether that tree can be cut down or not? Is it the council who makes a decision, or is it a staff decision?
Ms. Delwaria, is this covered under the tree protection bylaw?
Your Worship, we have not had a situation where there is a tree which involves a town property, but staff would be more comfortable if we bring that issue to council and they can make a decision, provide them with the information about the health of the tree and everything else, all the background information, and council should be deciding if they want those trees to be removed or not.
There are specific provisions that would indicate whether the tree even qualifies for removal, correct?
That's correct, yes.
So that unless it meets that criteria, any of those criteria, it wouldn't get as far as a permit being issued. But your answer is that if a municipal tree or a boundary tree comes before staff, they'll refer it to council.
And if it meets all the criteria, yes.
Councillor Noyes?
I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
Did you have any other new business?
I just wondered, just kind of out of thing here, we're going to go into closed session. I know there's been people waiting here for, I think, probably Councillor McDermott's motion that if there's any chance that we can kind of go do those before we go into closed session?
Yeah, we can do that. Yes, what was that motion?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Or didn't we already deal with it?
I thought if it's talking
We already
about the
dealt with it.
marina, I thought we already dealt with that. under
Yeah,
an
Councillor
amendment.
Gale, so we dealt with that we added it to the recommendation regarding the consent agenda. Was there something else?
Can I just speak to that for the temporary extension that the staff has been providing? The reason, I just wanted to clarify staff position on the Hershey Estates. We only did that extension because because we knew that the draft plan was expiring in August, and we just wanted two of them to coincide.
So I think we've asked for some clarification on what happened 2 years ago, because we need to know whether we had put any parameters on that. I mean, my recollection is that we wouldn't have dealt with that without giving some warning, because we have been taking that attitude all along. Maybe we didn't, but the meeting minutes or the video will indicate whether there was any discussion about that or not.
We talked as a group, I believe, about making a motion not to extend Centralia again. Right? I believe there was,
Temporary, yes, that was
right?
what you were going to.
That was where you
write
headed,
it
right?
down?
So there was some type of a motion that staff wasn't going to
Yes.
extend again.
It's a good thing that we reminded Councillor Noyes.
No, actually, I was reading through, I'm thinking it was the marina motion I was going to make, and then we did that on the amendment. But there was a motion under new business that no further extensions of draft plan approvals without council, no extension of draft plan approvals without council approval. And that engaged also in the Hershey one too, but
Okay,
not
so
just the Hershey, was with all,
in general.
in general,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
On the temporary extensions as well? Like all
So-
temporary extensions should be brought back to council? What? Just
No.
for my clarification.
So for the time being, there won't be any temporary extensions. I mean, if a developer has an approval that's about to expire, A, I get why staff would want to notify them. But B, I think that there's at least some step that they should take in terms of initiative to extend their own draft plan. And at this stage of the game, we thought we had a handle on this. We thought that when extensions were approved temporarily by staff, that we were notified. That doesn't seem to be happening. So I think we'll deal with this motion tonight, and then I think what we need to do is have some further discussion in the planning committee about how we refine a process to allow some temporary extensions when it's absolutely necessary, on the one hand. On the other hand, not do them just as a matter of course. I think that's captured it. Anyone want to say anything else? Councillor Dubanow?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I don't have an issue with this. With the way developments are going and the crunch for housing, I think when something is approved, it should move forward, and if it doesn't, it should expire, and we're starting to see that more with the zoning. My only concern is if we do this sort of as a moratorium right now, so to speak, to have further refinements, I don't want to suddenly find us with a flood of requests or staff. And I'm just wondering, perhaps, I know Councillor Noyes brought this forward, but with regard to temporary extensions, instead of them being for, 3 months, perhaps we'd be agreeable until such a time as the matter can be dealt with at the next possible council meeting. The only reason I say this is, I would hate for someone to be 4 days before the extension. And I know what you're saying, Your Worship. There's an onus on the developer to know that. But, as a municipality, we want to have some flexibility, and we want to work with people, and we want individuals who we work well with to continue coming back to us. So I'm just wondering if perhaps there might be a thought, until we deal with this in a more fulsome way in the PDS committee, if we'd still authorize staff to extend until the next council meeting when an issue can be dealt with, because I just don't want them to expire 4 days before they get here. And that's my only concern, and that's why I'm just wondering if Councillor Noyes might be willing to consider that as a friendly amendment.
So what you're suggesting is that temporary extensions of draft approval will not be granted by staff beyond the next meeting of council?
Correct, yeah, until we have an ability to actually hear it.
Councillor Noyes?
I think that's very reasonable.
Clerk, do you have that? So the motion would be that staff not temporarily extend draft approvals beyond the next council meeting, the date of the next council meeting.
And through you, Your Worship, is it anticipated that a motion will be presented at the next council as well,
Nope.
so this is providing notice.
This
of
is this is the motion.
Okay.
Okay, so is everyone clear? So I would say the wording would be that staff will not grant any further extensions of draft approvals beyond the next council meeting. Period. Okay. Okay, everybody okay? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, none opposed, that's carried. Any other new business, any inquiries? Councilor McDermott, did you have an inquiry? You do? No, okay. I had an inquiry just about the streetlight situation on Jarvis Street, the new section. I've had some discussion with UCAO, and my understanding is there was going to be some dialogue between you and staff. Is that correct? About the street lighting, you know, the number of lights, the intensity of the lighting, that type of thing?
Through the mayor, yeah, there was some discussion. It's an item that we can refer back to infrastructure services to bring a report back on what the cost would be for. I don't know that there was discussion about adding additional lights. I think the discussion was more around increasing the lumens on the existing light standards and what the cost might be for increasing the light intensity in the area where there were some issues about how dark it was and some security issues. So we can have that information brought back for council consideration.
Yeah, and it doesn't need to be a report, it can simply be information for us, unless it looks like it's going to be extensive. Okay, so if there are no other inquiries and no other business, we're going to skip over closed session for the moment. We're going to go to, yep.
Back. Okay. About the delineation markers, the paint job that basically we have on Jarvis Street. And he explained to me that it is a warranty item, so it should be done during painting season. And I did also ask him about the back alleyways, and he tells me the potholes will be dealt with. They're going to be renewed in 2025. So I've got those two items put away now.
Okay, thank you. So now we're going to go to motions. Councillor McDermott, you have two motions that you wanted to bring forward, so you're on.
Thank you, Worship. Whereas Sheridan College with the Canadian College of Technology and Trades began offering programs in 2023 identified as imperative for Ontario's labor market and have brought in demand training to Fort Erie. And whereas the college has welcomed at least 300 new additional college students this spring and summer, and whereas the college has identified the need to expand food offerings in responses to the influx in student population, and whereas the college has requested permission from the town to implement a pilot project to permit the operation of a refreshment vehicle on the college premises for the 2024 spring-summer term ending September 2024. Whereas the town business licensing bylaw number 21705, section 4.2, limits the operation of refreshment vehicles on commercially zoned lands which are not vacant, and whereas the college is located on land zoned institutional and therefore unable to obtain a refreshment vehicle license. Now therefore be resolved that council hereby waive the requirement contained in section 4.2, the schedule 8 of the town business licensing bylaw 21705, specifically relating to the need to operate on a commercial property in order to permit the temporary operation of a refreshment vehicle at 17th Street as part of a pilot project for the 2024 spring-summer term ending September 2024. And further, that staff be directed to monitor and evaluate the pilot project, and if considered successful, staff be directed to prepare the necessary amendments to the town's business licensing bylaw 21705 to permit the operation of refreshment vehicles on properties zoned institutional. Just very quickly to speak to it, Your Worship, the 300 new students that have come in bring that the number of people over there at 892 for the Sheridan portion. The reason they're asking for these things is, I believe, that A, it would be quite an investment at this point to put on a new kitchen at the school, especially not knowing where this law is going, if we're ever going to straighten out this international student law, whether, it comes to a federal election and a new government change, maybe somebody would look at it with new eyes. But at this point, there really hasn't been too much in return here. So most of the people that are going to be dealing with the food truck are from India, and it will serve West Indian fare as well. So this is what I've been asked to bring forward. There's been a huge investment in Sheridan College in Fort Erie. I don't know the exact amount of just the machinery that's been brought in to teach these kids. So, and the big problem is the federal government could put that to rest very, very quickly. So we have to continue like we are with the province on healthcare to be as diligent with the federal government with regards to the international student laws that are out there. So I would appreciate any support that Council would give me on this, and that's about it.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to this? Councillor Flagg?
Thank you. Through your worship, how many properties in Fort Erie will this permit food trucks to be on? We're not talking about site-specific, we're talking about institutional in general.
Ms. Dilwari, that would be all schools, all churches, all whatever.
Significant?
So,
Can we go site-specific, or?
so that becomes an issue after the pilot program is completed. That would be, so that would be the amendment that staff would be bringing back if there's a successful pilot project. And at that point, I think we can either A, change that, or you could change it now.
So it's ending 2024, right? No, it's not 1 year. We're only talking about 4 or 5 months from now.
Beg your pardon?
We're only talking about like a 4-month project, right? Pilot?
To September 2024.
Okay, I can live with that for a short period of time, and we'll figure that out. All right, thank you.
And so I just want to make sure that I'm correct, Ms. Dewari. This would only affect the property of FIA currently on this one pilot project, and then staff would be determining whether or not, if it's a successful program, there should be an expansion to other locations. I mean, I tend to agree. I think every institutional property, that may not make any sense, but, okay? Clear? I'm going to call the vote then. All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. Councillor McDermott, back to you for your next motion.
Both sitting in the second row.
Well, the food truck's coming, so.
I mean, yeah, at least they give us a welcome when we come in tonight, so I appreciate that. So this is one of the first motions that Council is going to put forward with regards to this program. And I know, hearing from Ms. Kelly today, that she's maybe a little bit annoyed with me right now because there are some numbers missing from there. They will remain missing from this, but I just want you to understand that I'm going to move on to the motion.
Councillor McDermott, move forward with your motion. It's not on the floor yet. You can't speak to it, it's not on the floor.
I thought you looked at me for it.
You are to present the resolution, it's not on the floor yet.
Amazing.
It's almost 11 o'clock.
Yeah, plus we're getting close to 11.
Well, I'm operating on 2 pages here, one that I can read and one that I can't.
Okay.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Christensen that, no, wait a minute.
This is the one about the
No, I
urgent
got
care
you.
center.
There we go. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Christensen. Has received approval upon the provincial government to build a new South Niagara Hospital in Niagara Falls that will provide a range of emergency and acute care services. And whereas the shortage of primary care physicians in Fort Erie result in over 7,000 residents before being unattached, unrostered to a family physician, and whereas the Fort Erie Urgent Care Center at Niagara Health's Douglas Memorial Site provides a primary care safety net for the community and serves as a first point of healthcare contact for both attached and unattached residents who cannot receive time-sensitive primary health care. And whereas the provincial government is attempting to reduce EMS upload delays and eliminate hallway medicine arising from low acuity patients who would be better served by primary care physicians or at an urgent care center, providing access to the primary care safety net. And whereas the viability of the healthcare and hospital systems in Niagara are dependent on all residents having time-sensitive access to primary health care. Now therefore be it resolved that the town of Fort Erie advocate to the Minister of Health and Niagara Health for a commitment to continue the operation of Urgent Care Center at Douglas Memorial in Fort Erie following the opening of the South Niagara Hospital as a primary care safety net until a viable and sustainable alternative is in place in the community, and further that this resolution be sent to the Niagara Region and Niagara local area municipalities for their endorsement.
Any comments, Councillor McDermott? It's not mandatory.
Couple of minutes. I think it goes without saying that, many of us, especially Mayor Redekop and myself, have been involved in this healthcare fiasco since 2011, and when we lost our hospital. We've been involved in a lot of things since then, ombudsman's reports, untimely deaths on the highways. And we have fortunately had a government that was at least going to work with us. This one here is a little bit different than last time out. They give us a blank slate to work with, and we have to get creative. Again, we have two roles. Council, trying to move forward with what groups like you are putting forward. And you keeping it out and making noise is very helpful to what council is about to encumber over the next little while. So I guess this motion is basically to say to everybody here that we're not sitting on our hands, that we are committed to urgent care. And at least I will say I am committed to 24/7 urgent care. But I also know that in order to get that, we need a funder, that being the province, and we need to deliver, that happens to be Niagara Health. And once again, the municipal council is doing provincial work. I think we've seen this problem all the time. It doesn't matter if it's healthcare or the racetrack, we're always having to fight for our little piece when everything else across this province goes smooth. I don't think there's a councillor here tonight that doesn't feel the same way I do. And so this is my opening comments, and I'm happy to be and proud.
Thank you, Councillor McDermott. Any other comments? I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you, Councillor McDermott. Okay, so we're going to go into closed session now, and that means we're going back to item 14. And I think, Councillor McDermott, you may have had that too. Motion for us to go into closed session? Yes. Yep.
By myself, seconded by Councillor Christensen. 14.1 closed meeting minutes, May 13, 2024. And 14.2 Museum and Cultural Heritage Advisory Committee appointment pursuant to Section 239-2B of the Municipal Act 2001. Personnel matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. And 14.2 Senior Citizens Advisory Committee appointment pursuant to Section 239-2B of the Municipal Act 2001. Personnel matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees.
All those in favor? None opposed, that's carried. Okay, we're back in closed session, and Councillor Flagg, you have the resolution for us to move
I do.
back into open session.
I do, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Dubanow, that council does now rise and reconvene from closed session at 10:51 p.m. with report 14.1 that council approves closed minutes, May 13th, 2024, and 14.2 that council appoints Eric Connolly to the Museum Cultural Heritage Advisory Committee for the term ending November 14th, 2026, or until a successor is appointed, and 14.3 that council appoints Abby Bernard to the Senior Citizens Advisory Board for the term ending November 14th, 2026, or until the successor is appointed.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? That is carried. That then takes us to consideration of bylaws. Sorry, notices of motion. Councillor Noyes?
Thank you. Mayor Redekop, I have two actually. One is that the town of Fort Erie follow the same timelines for tree replacements when dollars are received from the replacement trees that can't be replanted on the site where they were removed.
And when's that returnable?
The next council meeting?
Okay, and that would be, is that June 24th? June 24th.
Okay. The other one is the town subsidized tree replacements for trees on private property that have been removed, dead or injured or diseased. In other words, trees that the owner kind of wanted to keep but were beyond their ability. The tree has died or had to be taken down.
Sorry, say that again.
Okay. That the town subsidize, in other words, give some dollars to assist with tree replacement for trees on private property that have had to have been removed because they were dead, injured, or diseased.
I don't think we need to, do they replace dead trees?
No.
No. Don't have to replace a dead tree. Don't have, and
That's my motive. That's why I'm making this motion. I know you don't have to replace it. I'm saying, since we're all gung-ho on the canopy for trees, I think we should help those people who lose their tree, not because of anything they've done, and they want to replace the tree, that the town assists them and subsidize a tree replacement on that private property. If they don't want it, that's fine, but if they want to replace that tree.
okay, so I can tell you right now that that should be dealt with during budget. Because there's going to be a budgetary aspect to this, and that needs to be dealt with at budget.
Well, we have $150,000 in the tree replacement now.
Those are funds that have been committed through developments, and they're supposed to be planted. That's not money that's supposed to be utilized to subsidize others. I mean, there's an envelope for that sum of money. So you can put it forward, but I'm telling you right now that it's going to be ruled out of order until budget.
Okay, well, I'll rephrase it the way so that, in other words, as we're taking money in, we can put money out. So we haven't budgeted the income, so for any money received.
Tell you what, we don't need to debate that tonight. You put it together whatever way you want, and when I see it, then I can make a determination as to whether I think it's in order or needs to be dealt with during budget. Okay?
Yep, that's fine.
Councillor Dubanow.
Yes, Your Worship. I had two notices of motion. I apologize. My e-scribe literally just in front of my eyes closed on me. But I'll go by memory until it comes back up. The first notice of motion I had was for a staff to report on options for a community improvement program on the Garrison Road corridor to encourage mixed use and residential intensification. That would be returnable on June 24th. And the next one, now that my system has come up, because I want to read it properly. And the second one is for the MTO to install a guide rail, cable barrier, or other suitable vehicle deflection mechanism on the Queen Elizabeth Way from Thompson Road to Lions Creek Road, and that is also returnable on June 24th.
Okay, any others? Then now we go to bylaws, consideration of bylaws, and the resolutions that I have. Yeah, so 58 is going to be. 59, I don't have.
So he's got me 51 to 57?
Yeah, I don't have your resolutions at all. Well, no, because this would have been put together beforehand. Oh, I've got it, it's out of order, okay. Councillor Noyes, you have the first and second reading for the bylaw package. Does anyone want any of the bylaws removed other than what's already there? Already been removed? No? Okay, Councillor Noyes.
Which one is being removed? Any of them?
58 is going to be dealt with separately.
We'll have 58.
That's right, because it's being dealt with separately.
Okay. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Dubanow that the bylaw package containing 89-2000 to regulate traffic and parking on highways on the town of Fort Erie, bylaw 51-2024 to amend the management supervisory and exempt employee salary administration plan, bylaw number 54-2017 as amended, bylaw 52-2024 to amend zoning bylaw 129-90 as amended, 3085 Dominion Road, bylaw 53-2024 to enact an amendment to the official plan adopted by bylaw 150-06 for the town of Fort Erie planning area, amendment 81-3085 Dominion Road, 10000501445 Ontario Incorporated, 100052392 Ontario Incorporated, and 2320539 Ontario Limited. Michelle DiMartino, Frank Alessio, and Ravi Singh, owners, 54-2024 to appoint temporary municipal law enforcement officers for the 2024 summer season. 55-2024 to accept and declare lands as a public highway, Poplar Avenue and Wells Avenue, 3205 Poplar Avenue. 56-2024 to name the park on Lakeshore Road between Albert Street and Adelaide Street to Snake Hill Parkette. 57-2024 to authorize the execution of a subdivision agreement with West Wind Niagara Developments Incorporated in brackets Alfred Beam, Westward Shore Subdivision, 3285 Thunder Bay Road, are given first and second reading.
All those in favor? None opposed. That bylaw package is on the floor for questions or comments. If none, Councillor Flagg, you have third and final reading.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Dubanow. The bylaws 89-2000 and 51-2024 to 57-2024 inclusive are given third and final reading and be signed by the mayor and the clerk under the corporate seal.
Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? That is carried. That takes us then to Councillor Dubanow, you have 58.
Yes, I do, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Noyes that bylaw 58-2024 to amend zoning bylaw 12990 as amended, 1127 Garrison Road, is given first and second reading.
All those in favor? That is carried. That is on the floor for any questions or comments. Councillor McDermott, can you move that we extend to 1105?
Yes, you want to go to 1110?
No, 1105.
Are you done now?
1105.
Oh, 1105. Okay, you got her.
Councillor Christensen, all those in favor? That is carried. Yes, so we're on the floor with 58. Now, Councillor Christensen, you have third and final reading for bylaw 58.
Yes, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McDermott, that bylaw 58-2024 is given third and final reading to be signed by the mayor and clerk under the corporate seal.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? Unopposed, that is carried. Councillor Noyes, back to you for first and second reading of bylaw 59.
It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Dubanow that bylaw number 59-2024 to confirm the action of council at its council and committee meeting held on May 13th, 2024, at its council meeting held on May 27th, 2024, is given first and second reading.
All those in favor? Okay, that takes us then to third and final reading for 59.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Dubanow, that bylaw 59-2024 is given third and final reading, be signed by the mayor and the clerk under the corporate seal.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? That is carried. That takes us to scheduling of meetings. Any meetings anyone wishes to advise us of? Councillor Noyes.
There's a meeting tomorrow. It's a Zoom meeting on the downtown Stevensville core at 9 o'clock. There's also an accessibility meeting at 4 o'clock in Committee Room 1. And on Wednesday, there's another downtown Stevensville evening meeting. We're hoping that the businesses come at the Conservation Park in Stevensville. And there's I think we mentioned it earlier, an open house at 5 p.m. on May 30th regarding Black Creek Signature Phase 2.
Okay. Anyone else? Councillor Christensen.
Yes, there's a business subcommittee for planning and development on June the 4th. I also lost my, on June the 4th and in Town Hall at 3:15 p.m. On Wednesday, June the 5th at 10 a.m. at Douglas Heights Seniors Active Living Center, the Seniors Advisory Committee meets. And on the same day, June 5th, at 5:30 p.m., the Ridgeway BIA meets at the Crystal Ridge Library.
Anyone else?
Community and Corporate Services Subcommittee on the 6th at 3 o'clock, Conference Room 1.
If there are no others, then Councillor Dubanow.
Yes, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Flagg that council adjourns at 11:03 p.m. to reconvene into a regular meeting of council on June 24th, 2024.
Thank you very much. All those in favor? Thank you, folks.